Our Honorable Chief Guest, Your Excellency Engineer Badr bin Salim Al-Ma'mari, Guest of Honor, Your Excellency Sheikh Faisal bin Abdullah Rawas, and all our distinguished guests. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good morning, everyone. As we stand on the brink of a new frontier, those who foresight to harness innovation will not only chart their own course, though the evolving landscape, but will also lead the way in shaping a prosperous future. This sentiment captures the essence of our mission as we embrace the exciting opportunities of digital transformation under the guidance of Oman Vision 2040 in this dynamic era, where technology serves as both a catalyst for change and a guide for progress. Embracing innovation is essential for our collective advancement. That being said, on behalf of United Media Services, I am delighted to welcome you all to our OERLive DX of 2024. This remarkable event would have not been possible without the unwavering support of our sponsors, who in many ways, on their own, are dedicated to fostering sustainable development in our nation and also driving the goals of Oman 2040 vision forward. I would like to convey our gratitude to our endorsing partners, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, IDCA Group, and OITS, who have lent immense support to us during the planning and execution stages of this conference. I would also like to seize the opportunity to convey our deepest appreciation to our strategic partner of energy, Dalil Petroleum, strategic partner, Veolia Sharqiya Desalination, technology partner, IMTAC, digital banking partner, who's Al Maha Petroleum Product and Marketing Company, and also Infoline. Our academic partner, the Modern College of Business and Science, digital transformation partner, who is Oman Data Park. Insurance partner, Dhafar Insurance Company. Asset management partner is United Securities, and our online insurance partner, Bima, and auto partner, Shangan Auto. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to each of them for their invaluable contributions that have made this event possible. Can we all please give them a round of applause? They deserve it. We are also very grateful to everyone present here today. For those who could not join us live in person, you can stay updated by following our live updates on Facebook, X, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Find us on our official channels at OERLive, and you can join the conversation using the event hashtags OERLive DX24 and hashtag OERLive. We encourage you to engage with the team through comments, posts, and even tweets using the official handles. Now we have a video to be played, and then we will welcome Mr. Atulya Sharma, the CEO of United Media Services.
very good morning. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I would like to extend a warm welcome to each one of you to the OERLive Digital Transformation Conference and Awards 2024. We are extremely grateful to His Excellency Badr bin Salam Al Mamri, Secretary General, Tender Board of Oman, for taking time out from his busy schedule to grace today's event. Thank you, Your Excellency. Our guest of honor for this fourth edition of the OERLive DX Oman is His Excellency Sheikh Faisal bin Abdullah Al Rawas, Chairman, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and we are privileged to have His Excellency's gracious presence in our midst. Thank you, Your Excellency. Our theme for this year's DX Oman event is embracing the next era of digital transformation. So let us train our sights on the global technological landscape to set the tone for this event. Digital transformation is a cornerstone of innovation and sustainable growth, and Forrester's new global digital economy forecast estimates the global digital economy to reach $16.5 trillion and capture 17% of the global GDP by 2028. According to the World Bank, the digital economy makes up more than 15% of the global GDP and has grown 2.5 times faster than the physical world GDP over the last 10 years. According to McKinsey's Technological Trends Outlook 2024, the two trends that stand out in 2023 were generative AI and electrification and renewables. Oman, alhamdulillah, is more than keeping up with the global technology trends like AI and electrification and renewables. His Majesty Sultan Haitham bin Tariq, in an inaugural address to the Council of Oman in 2023 stated, and I quote, "In light of rapid global advancements in frontier technologies and their applications, including artificial intelligence and its potential to amplify productivity and efficiency across myriad sectors, and with our profound recognition of the necessity to diversify sources of income through knowledge, technology, and innovation, we are resolutely intent on positioning the digital economy as a pivotal and central pillar of our national economy." In keeping with His Majesty's visionary leadership, Oman has been undertaking specific initiatives to keep Oman at the forefront of technological innovation and adoption growth. These include the National Program for Digital Economy, 2, the National Program for AI and Advanced Technologies, 3, the Smart City Initiative, and 4, renewables and green hydrogen. Let me talk a little bit more about all these initiatives undertaken by the Government of Oman. The first one is the National Program for Digital Economy. The program aims at cultivating a robust digital economy which facilitates a digital government that harmonizes with economic and social development plans. The policy has built a roadmap to transition to a digital government built on governance principles and emerging technologies. While creating the government of the future and offering an integrated digital experience, the policy also aims at enhancing Oman's digital society and enabling business digitalization. The second is the National Program for AI and Advanced Technologies. Its primary objective is to support the strategic direction towards artificial intelligence and advanced technologies in Oman. The initiative aims to develop a comprehensive framework to harness AI technologies while ensuring ethical use and protecting individual rights. Its key objectives include achieving the goals of the digital economy by employing AI technologies in various sectors, creating the legislative, regulatory, and technological framework for enabling AI, enhancing public awareness, and encouraging innovation and technological advancement in the field of AI in alignment with the national priorities while ensuring ethical and responsible use of these technologies. The third is the Smart City Initiative, and all of us know about Oman's smart city, the upcoming Sultan Haitham City, which is a sterling example of an urban icon, a legacy for the future, and a sustainable gift from His Majesty Sultan Haitham bin Tariq for citizens and the future generations. The city will be a role model for sustainable cities that simulate modern life and aspirations of young people in the Sultanate of Oman. Talking about renewables, Oman has committed to a net zero emission policy by 2050. The government is looking to expand its electricity generation capacities through renewable independent power projects with plans to derive at least 30% of electricity from renewables by 2030, mainly through onshore wind and solar projects. Oman's clean energy development is not limited to traditional renewable sources. The Sultanate's green hydrogen strategy is targeting $140 billion of investment in the green hydrogen industry and hopes to achieve production of 1 million tons by the year 2030. Historically, this DX Oman conference has played a crucial role in empowering both corporate and government entities, providing strategic insights to help them navigate the ever-changing digital landscape, and this year's conference will further this premise. We have a stellar lineup of speakers who will address the key challenges and opportunities in digital transformation, serving as a dynamic hub for knowledge exchange and networking. In fact, I'm really glad to announce that we also have in our midst the students of Modern College of Business and Science. I would like to extend a warm welcome to each one of you, the students, and would urge you to give the Gen Z perspective on the deliberations today. We also have two panel discussions, one on harnessing AI and machine learning for industry innovation, and another on driving sustainability through digital innovation in power, energy, and water sectors, which will do a deep dive on digitalization and technology enablement in the energy and utilities sector. OERLive DX Oman 2024 would not have been possible without the help and encouragement which it has received from the leaders in the government, private sector, our sponsors and well-wishers, and I would like to convey our gratitude for their kind patronage. Let me end by talking about the host of this event, OERLive. OERLive is an integrated platform that offers authoritative business, news, insights, and opinions from Oman and across the Middle East. Over the last few years, OERLive.com has emerged as the most followed and engaging platform on LinkedIn across all media groups, and we are pleased to unveil a refreshed version of this website. Please have a look at a short preview of the all-new OERLive.com. Thank you, and have a great summit. Thank you.
Well, what a start to our morning. Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for your insights. Undoubtedly, digital transformation is the way to move forward. It is the path. I am honored now to introduce a trailblazer and a visionary who has played a pivotal role in advancing the nation's IT sector here in the Sultanate of Oman as our keynote speaker. As a founding member of Oman Data Park, he has been instrumental in driving the company towards remarkable achievements. His expertise in developing customized solutions that align with the digital transformation goals in diverse sectors, including banking, finance, oil and gas, healthcare, government, education, and professional services. The company is also pioneering artificial intelligence with the introduction of Nebula AI as a suite of other offerings as they gear up towards a future driven by technology and strategic thinking. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome Engineer Maqbool Al-Wahibi, the CEO of Oman Data Park, on the stage.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة الشيخ، الأخوة الحضور. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk to you on behalf of the technology sector or technology segment in Oman, I know much less than a lot of people who've been here serving the technology sector, and we are here to continue what they've done, basically. Dr. Salim Razeki is a person who contributed a lot to the technology sector. At that time, we were learning a lot from him. I hope we are continuing what he's been doing, not disrupting or distracting, yani, inshallah. So it's an honor for me to address. I've been asked to give you a glance over where we are in the technology sector, where Oman is. So this is not a talk about Oman Data Park, which I'm honored to lead, but this is a talk about the landscape of technology in Oman. What have we done yet, and what more do we need to do for the future? And I would like to begin by congratulating Oman on approval of the National Program for Artificial Intelligence and Advanced Digital Technologies. This program, along with our existing technology assets, are the pillars for us to build and emerge as a global technology player, inshallah. Oman has been making significant strides in enhancing its digital capabilities, aiming to position itself as a regional technology hub. So here are some of the key aspects of our digital infrastructure so far. We have data centers, best-of-breed data centers, tier 3 data centers, and we are managing a capacity of over 10 megawatts of power today. This is how we size data centers. So these facilities are equipped with advanced technologies, including artificial intelligence, enable hybrid cloud solutions to provide robust and scalable data storage and processing capabilities. We have NVIDIA GPUs provided as a service today from within these data centers in Oman, as any other nations. And this is, of course, to satisfy the data residency mandate of the country. We have attracted hyperscalers, leading global technology companies like Microsoft, AWS, hyperscalers are available today in Oman. We have the landing zone in Barka data center. We have their local, stacks available within our data centers, and some international wrappers, we call them, which are in Ireland, provided, again, within the data residency mandate of the country. That's Amazon. Google is on the way. Oracle have already presence in Oman, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. These investments have brought state-of-the-art cloud services and infrastructure to the region, enhancing Oman digital ecosystem. They are adding a value. We have submarine cables in Oman. Oman is connected by 20 submarine cables today, ensuring high-speed, reliable internet and data connectivity. These cables connect Oman to various parts of the world, facilitating international data transfers and communication. We have landing stations, around 7 landing stations today in Oman. These benchmarks, by the way, are really good. They are huge. So when you talk about these numbers, we are leading the submarine, landing station, and terrestrial links in the region. We are leading those. And probably we will be leading, inshallah, the data center aspect. So Oman has significant growth potential in data centers, giving its strategic location and access to open waters, connecting to all parts of the world, and proactive government policies position it is promising technology hub in the region. The presence of major international hyperscalers, extensive submarine cables network, and significant investment in data centers and cloud solution underscores Oman's potential to become a central player in the global digital economy. Over the past 5 years, Oman ICT sector has shown consistent growth in its contribution to the country's GDP. 2018, ICT sector accounted for around 2.5% of the GDP, contributing to around 750 million Omani riyal to the total GDP by 2022. Its share had risen, alhamdulillah, to 3.3% with a contribution of around 1 billion Omani riyal in 2023. This growth reflects the sector increasing importance in the national economy. Oman has been making strategic investments in information and communication technologies, as part of its Vision 2040, a consistent growth trend in the ICT sector contributing to the country's total GDP, reflecting the government's effort to bolster this sector. The contribution of the ICT sector to Oman GDP has shown positive impacts: diversification of the economy, reducing dependence on oil and gas. This is one of the major rationale behind all this. Job creation and skill development for Omani workforce, digital transformation of industries, attracting foreign investment, the FDI aspect, enhancing connectivity and innovation. ICT sector in Oman is expected to continue its growth trajectory with further contribution to GDP and broader economic benefits. Strategic initiatives under Oman Vision 2040, such as the development of smart cities, Sultan Haytham City is one of the major projects that Oman is intending to make best use of IoT and smart technologies. We likely enhance the sector impact projecting its contribution to GDP to surpass 3%, inshallah, by this year. We are moving forward to the 10% by 2040, as per the 2040 vision. ICT has been a catalyst for other nations. You can see here some examples. We're talking about India with 8% contribution to GDP. Talking about Singapore with a 10%, UAE with a 5.3%, South Korea 13%. Today we are at 3%. And we are aiming to reach to the 10% by 2040, inshallah, where we can be with the other nations, contributing to our GDPs. Digital transformation has become a catch-all term that means different things to different people. Simply put, it is about rewiring how your business operates to build a competitive advantage. It is evolving at a pace none of us have experienced before. And this is just the beginning. It's crucial for survival and success, for realizing operational efficiencies, growing existing businesses, and redefining industries. It involves shifting your investment from older technologies and business strategies to invest in new, innovative business models based on the latest technologies. And I rephrase here, it's the business model that you are investing, sorry. It's the business model that you are investing on, not the technology per se. And there is a huge difference between the two. This transformation is a long-term journey, one that requires continuous improvement and adoption. At its core, digital transformation is about leveraging technology to build competitive advantage, enhance customer experience, and reduce cost. This process requires a shift in mindset, where technology becomes an integral part of our business strategy, not just an afterthought. According to McKinsey, for example, 90% of organizations are currently undergoing some of digital transformation. This statistics underscores the importance of staying competitive in the digital age. PwC Global Digital Survey says companies in GCC lag behind. They lag behind other regions around the world in their delivery of digital initiatives on time and within budget. We are not yet there. We need to catch up, and we need to catch up fast. Survey reveals that 18% companies only use cloud, while 30% make use of big data analytics, and only 60% believe digital transformation has the potential to create value. This is scary. And these numbers would be transformed or shifted, inshallah, globally with the help of AI disruptors. We must examine the key factors that will drive its broader adoption and success, both national and corporate enablers. While the national enablers such as infrastructure and regulation create an environment conducive to innovation, we must also incorporate the building blocks of digital transformation in our organizations. These are 6 crucial corporate enablers that will allow business to articulate their digital journey. What we need is to stress on strategy. We have to have clear strategies within our corporates, within our nations, in order for us to have a clear roadmap and a clear path towards achieving what we want from digital transformation. We must ask ourselves, do we want to recover lost ground with competitors? Do we want to lead the industry in digital? Do we want to disrupt industry? The second aspect is the focus areas. We need to identify our focus areas. We need to know exactly what we want from technology. The growth to grow our existing models. Prioritize digital payment platform, for instance, and customer care channels. For industry disruption, consider innovation labs and pilot projects. In the region, companies should concentrate on 3 digitalization priorities: adoption of AI, transitioning to the cloud, and enhancing the customer digital experience. With cloud and artificial intelligence, you can actually get the enhancement of our customer digital experience, and hence you will improve your bottom lines, gross margins. Digitalization engines has to be also in place, and this is all about cultural shift, cultural mind shift. We need to be very fast. Today, with the AI and cloud, we don't have time to even think. We need to shift our mindset on the spot, and we need to trust and believe that this thing is taking us to a brighter future, economically and culturally. We have to trust. A decade ago, when there is a new technology, we sit, we read like 61 boxes in order for us to say, okay, then this is the right technology for me. Today, we don't have that 61 boxes that we can read. Unfortunately, the moment that technology lands, we have 24 hours. Either we jump into the wagon or we stay away. 24 hours to think about it. When Sam Altman and his team bombarded us with ChatGPT 2 years back, and it was actually a November, I was in Seattle airport that time reading what on earth is this all about. By the time I landed in Muscat, that thing was making millions of dollars. 16 hours of flight. This is the technology that we have now. Don't think, just move forward and trust what other people are doing. Skill set is another pillar of the strategy, and this is something that we need, alhamdulillah, in Oman. We are emphasizing, there is a great emphasis on building skill set. We have a greatest mindset today in Oman. We just need to groom them. Overall study shows that AI will create over 800 million new jobs. Believe it or not. A lot of people are actually claiming that AI will let people go home, which is not true. With different skill requirement, by 2030 around the world, educational institution and business must work together to create training programs that align with the skills needed for tomorrow's digital economy. Partnership, we need to have those partnerships at a corporate level with international partners and local partners who can build competitive edge, who can actually bring values to you. Don't disregard partnership. Don't work at a silo. It's not the age where you work in a silo, you work alone. You need partnership to actually move forward. Probably not to compete, but to cooperate. Investment, of course, we need investment. And that's why we have the right audience and the right investment arm today with us, be it a venture capitalist or banks or other financial institutions to support the journey of digitalization. Those are very much required. You need to be close to the investment people to ease your journey and get the best price when it comes to financial cost. They can give you that. Just to bring some use cases of how actually digitalization have been incorporated and did bring forward some values to the bottom line within your organization economically. You have a lot of examples today. In the oil and gas, we have ExxonMobil, who had incorporated IoT to improve their operational efficiencies. They worked hand in hand with Microsoft as a partner again, and they enhanced their operation by far. Baker Hughes, again, the 3% production increase by imposing technology, 75% engineering efficiency gains, and reducing operational cost. You have another example with BP, for instance. And those are oil and gas industries which are critical. And today they are incorporating digital technologies, be it AI, be it IoT, be it cloud, in order to maximize the value and minimize their operational cost. Adobe, the same. You're talking about growing from $3.5 billion in 2008 to $12.8 billion in 2020, just by incorporating technology, Audi, IKEA, and others. The best way to predict the future is to create it. Oman Data Park, for example, believes it is our responsibility to champion digital transformation with our colleagues, with our peers, drive organizational change, and foster a technology-driven mindset across our industries in Oman. We are preparing the youth for jobs of the future by bringing latest technology to Oman. Establishing an AI division within Oman Data Park is an example which has the latest infrastructure today from a GPU perspective, and today we are talking about creating large language model, which are very much an Omani LLM, which fits our culture. We are creating the best mindset and ecosystem of international partners with us. We stand committed to the Oman Vision 2040 and leading Oman digital transformation journey. In conclusion, by harnessing the power of the cloud, AI, and digital transformation, we together can create a future where services are seamless, personalized, and secure. Let us embrace these technologies, adapt to the changing landscape, and lead our institutions into a prosperous digital era. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all the success in your digital transformation journey, inshallah. Enjoy your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Maqbool, for this incisive presentation. I am excited to announce a special initiative from United Media Services, UMS, in honor of the 54th Day of Renaissance, our national day here in the Sultanate of Oman. A commemorative book will be published, and it will be titled Oman, a Nation on the Move. It highlights Oman's progress in economic development and the aspirations of Oman's Vision 2040 under the inspiring leadership of His Majesty Sultan Haytham bin Tariq. This book will also feature congratulatory messages from prominent corporations extending their best wishes to His Majesty the Sultan and the people of Oman. Now, our next presenter is the head of digital transformation at Dalil Petroleum. He brings with him 20 years of experience in the petroleum industry, alongside of over 4 years in the IT sector itself, currently serving as the real-time operations and smart fields team leader. He leads a dedicated team focused on establishing the smart field concept in the company that he works for. His primary goal is to enhance asset value by implementing innovative systems and technologies that drive opportunity generation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome Mr. Munir Al-Blushi, Head of Digital Transformation, Dalil Petroleum, on the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Thanks for having me. Small correction on my title. Because I'm a big guy, they have given me a very long title here. Simply what I do, I lead a team where we come up with innovative tools for the core business in order to enable maximizing the asset value. Today, I'm here to take you through our journey into the transformation and then to demonstrate that this can happen without using much resources. I'll start with the mindset and a quick overview of the journey, then I will show a practical case of machine learning in oil and gas. This is not using. Every oil and gas basically is related to this simple relationship between oil production and time. At the start, we've been given an asset or a field. We drill several wells until we reach to our limit, where you can see the solid curve. That's called the plateau. And then after that, slowly we decline until end of the life of that field, and then we try to mature different fields. The difference between one company and another is the dotted line, where they try to maximize the asset value. And then that happens basically by taking the right decision. Now, in order to take the right decision, you need a pool of opportunity, choices. And in oil and gas, typically, the choices are either you're restoring an existing asset, or you are enhancing an asset, or you're trying to find a new opportunity, new oil. And that can be basically something on the surface or down under the ground. And in order to get these opportunities, there are two main ways we try to get those data. Either by daily survey, could be typically a guy walking in the desert and he finds a leak, and then that's an opportunity to restore something. Or it could be by planning for the future for a project to enhance something. My role comes in here when it comes to the intelligence. So basically, my role is to provide the correct intelligence to the core business in order we try to maximize our asset value. The way we define intelligence is basically an integration between two types of data. We call it real-time data, where we have lots of sensors, around 60,000 sensors, the Dalil, where we produce a data per second. And aggregated data, which is referring to the data from the logs, from an operation we have done, and elsewhere. So, just to give an overview of Dalil, which is typically, most of the oil and gas have similar item. We have wells where we have oil, and then we have certain facilities. And basically, these facilities can be in two types. One of them separate oil and water and gas, and then we store them and ship them, and that's where we get our money from a very expensive meter. The second processing can be taking the water, treating it, and then reusing it. We also, in Dalil, for example, we have a gas plant. We take our gas, then we clean it up. The gas being sold separately. Then we have LPG, which is the gas we're using for our cooking. And then we have NGL, is more of a liquid shape of the oil, and then we use it and sell it. And then we have a power plant where we try to use a small portion of this gas and then run the facility. At Dalil, when we started, we had a big problem. We had all these stations. They are manned 24/7, and each of them have a control system where they're receiving online data to operate. What happens is, at 12 o'clock at night yesterday, a guy started making a report everywhere, just to summarize basically what happened in that day. And today at 8 o'clock in the morning, we received that report where our managers try to take the decision, which is very difficult giving a summary of what happens. So we're always living one step in the past. So in order to change that, we went through a journey. We started in 2015. The first thing we have done is integration of the data. As we said, we would like to create intelligence. The second year, we started taking that integration and visualizing it, and we came up with a platform called the Dalil portal. And the third year, which is the third phase, we started analyzing this data. I put a dotted line in this area because these were the first 3 difficult years, because the problem was not the technology, the problem was not the money, the problem was the culture. It was very difficult for us to convince people that you don't need to spend 3 hours to get your data. I'm giving you a tool. With a click, you can receive all your data in one place. It was not easy to change that culture, but once we changed it, things started improving very well. After that, we went 3 phases into analysis. The reason we went into phases because we wanted to manage the cost and manage the culture at the same time. The last 4 years, we reached to the level where we can go to advanced analysis, we call it, where the machine learning case comes in. I'll take you through. We have done many items. It's difficult to cram 10 years, sadly, in this presentation. So this is a blueprint we built. So in the bottom, you see this red color is a real-time infrastructure. Then we have the integration of the data, different data, and then we had our intelligence tool on the top. This blueprint, what I call it, is a plug and play. So it doesn't matter what comes into the system, we can always interact with it. This is what we call the Daliil's Business Knowledge Center. So after integration, we had to visualize it to the people. So we came to one platform, one truth, where everybody with a click can get it. Our aim was this performance should not be more than 3 seconds. So any operation happens have to be within the 3 seconds. We had developed this to adapt 2 mindsets, because in oil industry, we always have surface people where they look after the facility, and subsurface people where they look at the reservoir in different areas. So the surface people looking at the operations, they make sure everything is running, and that's their goal. For subsurface is more into making sure that the reservoir with differential pressure, everything is working fine. So the facility side was for the subsurface, wells more was for the surface. This is one of the unique items we have done at Daliil, which not many companies have it. So you remember I mentioned that we are living 1 day behind. So we said, okay, our production is from 12 o'clock until now. So I can do a simple calculation with our engineering team. I calculate what's in the stock and what did I produce, and then I can prorate it to 24 hours. So this is one of the main screens we have everywhere in Daliil, where in here we can see that at 12 o'clock exactly we know what is produced, so the managers don't need to wait until 8 o'clock in the morning to see what was the production. Of course, there'll be a small correction, not much. And then this is every time in a day you come into that screen, you understand how much you'll be producing today. It's not only used in that way that I know the production. I can know the pattern from 3-4 days. So I understand that this time yesterday, my production was X, and today is less. I don't need to wait tomorrow to analyze. I can go immediately and do surveillance in my field and restore everything I have. So I can meet my daily targets, not only my monthly targets or annual targets. This is what we have, a template for a well. So the data is not clear, that's intentional for the privacy purposes. But what we have in here is have a single truth for all our subsurface team. So with one click, they can understand basically, they can navigate to any well they want. They can see the well information, the birth certificate, when it was drilled, where it's drilling, from where the oil is coming, who owns this one, what is the total accumulative production we have done. We have the real-time data. They can navigate which producer we have, and we have something called template. We understand what's supporting this well. We have the models. So this is one of the innovations we have done. Usually in oil and gas, in order to know how much you're producing, you have to pay a lot for a well testing facility. But then we try to mimic that in real time. So what we did, we took real-time data and then put it in a well model, and then producing every 15 minutes what this well is doing. And from that, we can understand the production is dropping or not. So we don't need to wait for a facility to come and test it. We have test allocation, well model. So this template is built to adapt with any experience of an engineer. So engineer is new, he just graduated from SQU, or the engineer's experience. It's the same platform and the same data and the same understanding. Then this is what we call exception-based surveillance. It's becoming common in oil and gas. It was not enough for the engineer to find out what's the issue. We wanted to create what we call my actions. Every single engineer have a set of wells, 50, 40 wells. And in this screen, we built an engine, an algorithm, so the engineer understands exactly what went wrong for him. So in the morning, the first thing he does, he spends 10 minutes on here, he understands what went wrong, then he writes, okay, what the action he will do on it. Then when it comes to the second half of my presentation, which is machine learning. Machine learning been there for a while. but then finding a practical use of it in oil and gas is not easy. So in here we have done two unique things, and it's more unique to Dalil. Typically, in oil and gas, we have, this is what we see in videos, it's called a beam pump. Usually in oil and gas, engineers are like doctors. So when you go to a doctor and say, okay, I have a pain here and there, and the doctor said, okay, you might have this, or you might ask for more analysis. For us in oil and gas, on a daily basis, we look at pressures, which is very agile. And from that, we take actions on it. When it comes to the beam pump, it's a very primitive, dumb system, I call it. It's very purely mechanical. There's a shaft going down and basically taking oil up. Regardless it has sand or it has any heavy equipment, it will keep doing it. Even if there's no oil, it will keep moving and going and working here. In order to analyze this, we use something called a Dynacard. A Dynacard is basically, this is inside that beam pump. We can see that we have a plunger, we have a barrel, and we have these two valves in here. Using the compression of the fluid, these things open and close. And you can see at each opening and closing, there's a corner there. So this is what we call in a beam pump a Dynacard. From this shape, we can understand what's wrong with the well. Is there a leak? From the pressure, we cannot know. Is there the performance is good? Is it leaking somewhere else? So we can know it from this shape, and these are basic shapes in the industry. There are around 23 basic ones, everybody knows about them. So for us to be so efficient, we need these cards to be with us. The problem is, in the industry, most of the people, what they do, they have a camera, they go a site, a guy take a picture of the panel of the report, writes a small report for it, and send it to the engineer. This is typically everywhere in oil and gas. And he gets one card per month, typically. We wanted to change that. We wanted to monitor this in daily basis. So when you look at the industry, in order to get that in daily basis and automate it, you have to go to buy a full system. And this system insists of installing one item in every single well. We have 400 wells. And that's going to cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars. We came with a different idea. We didn't know it's going to work or not. Since we have the infrastructure of automation, which is everybody have, or SCADA system, we invested $2,000 to receive that data in one place. And then we worked with a company to create a small .NET solution for us to take a snapshot every half an hour of those cards and then put it in a database and then visualize it. And we managed to do it. So using that, we started getting around 17,000 cards per day. It was very overwhelming for our engineers because they could not see it, but then they found many things. They found some wells in the daytime behaves different than the midday and backday. Then we said we have to go to a machine learning solution. So what we have done in machine learning, it has different subsets. One of the subsets is called pattern recognition, or they call it convolutional neural network. Basically, the IT or the technology trying to mimic humans' neurals, eyes, to detect the shape. Because we're dealing with shapes, we had to use this algorithm. So what it does, it looks at the face, it puts weight in every pixel you have, and then that's how it recognizes it. So once we put all our cards, we had around 1 million cards by that time, this algorithm goes through a process called data classification. So what it does, all the shapes which looks similar, they put them in groups, and then using expertise to basically label these things. So these shapes means normal, these shapes have an issue. Using this, we managed to get a very successful case of machine learning with a very high accuracy of the model. So on the top over there, it's full Dalil, which is green, which is normal. We found out that 80% or 70% of Dalil wells are healthy. However, we found 30% of our wells are not healthy. We came up with 10 categories or classifications: normal, leaky, have gas issues, have plunger issues, and different of these items. And with this overview, we broke down per field, broke down per wells, so every asset could focus what's wrong with those wells. This is a typical how the Dyna cards look like. So that nice shape, which is we used to take a picture of it, now we have in our systems, and automatically the machine learning giving it a title. So once you go in here, you know what's the issue in here, and you can go back to it. Accuracy of our model was 95%, which is very good to achieve in any machine learning algorithm. And this 5%, we even trying to improve it. But this 5% even not major, because there are two symptoms that looks similar. Even for a human being, it's difficult to understand. We added many screens into it. We added probability, so we can see what the machine learning doing and thinking, so we can understand if there's something goes wrong. Currently, this system is used by different departments. We have seen since we implemented it, the average user was increased, so we had many field personnel start using the system. That's basically a curve of the beam pump performance. We have seen since we implemented the Dalil portal and the machine learning, the performance of our beam pumps start increasing. So overall, I'll not go through these, but these are basically the business impact. We had a team where they go around and take a picture. We eliminated that team. That's an immediate of $144,000 saving. And the investment was around $2,000 on that. A part of that, what we found, instead of investing in small equipments in every single well, we eliminated that by using that. So that's a quick saving of roughly $1.6 million. We saved $7.9 million by recovering all those 30% of the wells with issues. In conclusion, in any transformation, culture will be your enemy the first few years. So that's something you need to handle. I like the presentation before me on the nice pyramids. We need to focus on the innovation. Technology will be always evolving. So we cannot control the technology. We don't have the infrastructure to be leading technology at this stage. However, we can control the innovations, and we can adapt with the technology as we go. Planning transformation based in phases depends on the economy of the country, depends on the strategy of the country. You need to plan it. Finally, I will end a quick thankful note for my team at site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munir, for this insightful presentation. UMS is organizing its 12th edition of the Dossier Construction Summit and Awards on the 30th of October 2024. So this year under the auspices of the Ministry of Heritage and Tourism. This event will facilitate the best of the best when it comes to infrastructure, real estate, commercial and industrial projects, construction, civil engineering, design engineering and construction materials industry here in the Sultanate of Oman. So make sure to check this one out. In addition, it will have knowledge sharing sessions in the form of presentations and also panel discussions. Now, our next presenter is from an institution that has revolutionized the investments and brokerage sector here in the Sultanate of Oman. With over 25 years of experience, spanning in different sectors, including real estate, jewelry, textiles, and financial services. 11 of those years have been dedicated to investment and finance. He is highly regarded expert in his field, holding an MBA from the University of Lincoln and several prestigious qualifications as well, including the International Capital Markets qualification. He has earned recognition as a fellow of the Securities and Investment Institute, currently serving as Managing Director of United Securities LLC. He has also held leadership roles as former Chairman of Muscat Securities Market and Chairman of the Stock Brokers Association. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with honor that I introduce Mr. Hassan Ali Jawad, and he is here to take us through 30 years of a journey of United Securities. Also, a little birdie from UMS, and it's always in the details, has told me that today is the birthday of Mr. Hassan Ali Jawad. So happy birthday to you, and the stage is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. I think that was a surprise for me. I don't have a technical paper to talk about, but I have a very successful Omani company in Oman. We use technology, as Maqbool said, and we have to use. But we assure you that we can teach you and help you how to make money to spend the best technology. That's what we are here for. Our journey started. Today, I stand here today with pride and joy of celebrating 30 years of United Securities founding. Over these years, we have witnessed the transformation of our firm from a modest startup into a thriving financial service provider, exceeding all our initial expectations. While our journey has been marked with challenges, yet through resilience and commitment, we have built a legacy. Today, we celebrate not just the growth of our business, but the dedication and effort that made it all possible. We are grateful that in 1994, Muscat Security Market, as it was known at that time, offered Omani brokers an opportunity to acquire broker license with a paid up of 100,000 Omani riyals and 100% Omanization. At that time, my partner Mustafa Salman worked as one of the first Omani brokers at Oman Portfolio Company, and I was a group general manager of a family group company. Yet, I say yet, on a personal level, I was a very small client of his in Omani Portfolio. But one day, I jumped at the idea when Mustafa called me to see my interest in establishing a brokerage company. Although overwhelmed with hurdles in finding the resources to finance this initiative, especially after some failed efforts to raise funds from family and friends, we finally, at a high risk, succeeded in raising the required capital. Although 30 years back, to get with two small employees 100,000 riyals, it was a lot of money, honestly. If you take the inflation in consideration, it was a lot of money, and it was very high. You just like taking 100,000 riyal, and you're going to burn it, and you don't know what's going to happen. But alhamdulillah, we managed and we did it. But soon we realized, we started with 4 employees and a single activity of local brokerage. The focus was to survive and keep the company afloat. But soon we realized the single activity was not enough to grow. We started looking at new lines of activities. In the early 2000s, our emphasis changed to looking at a client interest base. We needed to provide multiple avenues of income, both for the client and for our organization. This has been the pillar of our growth. It was from here that we broadened our service offerings to other activities such as investment banking, asset management, and consultancy services. Alhamdulillah, we have proudly served around 50,000 clients. I can say this is 50% of our initial capital over the last 30 years, and is the largest brokerage company in Oman today. Our current asset under management is around $400 million, and our GCC fund is around $50 million. Further, in collaboration with the relevant authorities, we can proudly say that United Securities has also played a big role in developing Oman's capital market. A testimony of success is the proof that we have been ranked and awarded over 100 awards locally, regionally, and globally, and internationally in different financial activities. I want to take this opportunity to convey our gratitude to the government of Oman for offering us an enabling environment to grow, and our customers who have been the pillar of our strength. Further, I also offer our profound appreciation to our colleagues who have been a crucial part of our successful journey for the past 30 years. Finally, I assure you that at United Securities, we will continue to serve Oman and our customers to the best of our abilities. Now I want to leave you with a small, short video of United Security documenting its journey to the past 30 years. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum.
For 30 years, United Securities has stood at the forefront of the Sultanate of Oman's financial markets. From humble beginnings to becoming one of the most trusted names in securities, brokerage, and market research, our journey has been one of innovation, dedication, and leadership. Our doors opened in 1994, when we embarked on a journey offering brokerage services committed to delivering high-quality financial solutions. From the beginning, we envisioned a future where we could offer our clients value with unparalleled service. As technology reshaped the financial landscape, we were at the forefront of this transformation. As early as 2000, we had harnessed data and analytics to launch our equity research division. In 2002, we pioneered Oman's first public securities and investment portal, offering seamless digital access to our clients. By 2005, we revolutionized the market once again, introducing the nation's first internet trading platform, setting new benchmarks for digital innovation in investment.
من حوالي 30 سنة أسسنا الشركة المتحدة بحلم كبير وآمال وطموحات كبيرة. أتذكر هذه البدايات كأنها صارت بالأمس. السنوات الأولى كانت فعلا صعبة وفيها تحديات وتعلمنا منها دروس عظيمة حتى على المستوى الشخصي، وكان بالرغم من هذه التحديات مرينا فيها بظروف صعبة وتحديات كبيرة واجهناها، بس الثقة الكبيرة التي أعطيتمونا إياها كعملائنا دفعتني للاستمرار بشكل أفضل. الموضوع بالنسبة لي ليس مجرد أرقام، ولكن مرتبط بأشخاص وحلم بالمستقبل وتفاؤل أنه راح نكمل رحلتنا مع بعض نحو آفاق جديدة ونجاحات أكبر. شكرا جزيلا.
By 2007, we ventured into new markets, setting up joint ventures in Egypt and gaining international recognition. By 2009, we expanded our trading services to USA markets and connected our clients to other global markets. Soon after, in 2010, we took our asset management services beyond borders, and in 2017, we proudly crossed the $1 billion mark in client assets. We expanded further in 2020, offering clients access to the US markets. Technology and sustainability continue to drive our vision forward. With the launch of the global e-Tadawul online trading system, we remain at the cutting edge of innovation. By 2023, we had launched and publicly offered the second largest structured REIT fund in Oman, opening doors to new investors from both the local and foreign markets.
United Securities started with a very humble start. It was neither planned nor it was envisioned to what we are today. We started with one simple activity in MSM, which is only local brokerage. However, in early 2000, we decided to change our focus to serve the client better. So we introduced a lot of financial activities. That's why today, and I'm proudly saying that we are one of the largest investment company in Oman. We are serving our clients locally, regionally, and internationally. We have contributed to the financial sectors in Oman, not only by bringing foreign investors, but also upgrading the financial sectors with the authorities.
As we celebrate 30 years of growth, innovation, and trust, we remain committed to serving our clients with the excellence they've come to expect. Together, we will continue to shape the future of the financial market in the Sultanate of Oman. United Securities, 30 years of innovation, 30 years of trust.
Well, from small victories like birthdays to large victories like 30 years, 3 decades of excellence, we are here wishing United Securities many more. Give them a round of applause. They deserve it. Now it is time for everyone to be recognized. It is time to celebrate excellence, and we are thrilled to introduce the prestigious OERLive DX Excellence Awards of 2024. This is an esteemed initiative dedicated to recognizing remarkable achievements of leaders and companies in digital transformation. This platform shines a light on those who have excelled and done impactful contributions within their industries. We invite our honorable chief guest, His Excellency Engineer Badr bin Salim Al-Ma'mari, to the stage to present the awards. And I would also like to call on stage and invite Mr. Atulya Sharma and Mr. Saeed Al-Mashani, Deputy CEO of United Media Services, to join us here on the stage. It is now time to award the winners. And our first award is for the leaders in AI-enabled customer service. The winner is a leading provider of IT-enabled services, ITES, in Oman, specializing in business process outsourcing and comprehensive IT solutions. This ISO 9001/2015 certified company stands out for its commitment and talent, availability, and quick responsiveness to client needs. They have extensive domain of experience and technological expertise, and they develop tailored solutions that enhance clients' real-world operations, notably in multi-tenant contact center platform efficiency that handles over 6 million customer transactions annually across diverse processes. It is with great pleasure to announce that the winner of the Leaders in AI-Enabled Customer Experience Award is Infoline. Congratulations once again to Infoline. Our next award is for excellence in digital banking. And this award-winning organization has an express of digital banking services as part of its commitment to customer-centric initiatives and digitization. This innovative digital benchmark is a significant milestone for the bank, designed to meet needs of tech-savvy customers who value convenience. Don't we all value convenience? With advanced digital compatibilities or capabilities, that organization set a new standard in banking. Furthermore, they have reinforced leadership in private banking and wealth management with the introduction of their digital wealth system. This cutting-edge platform allows wealth management clients to access investment profiles, trade mutual funds, create systematic investment plans, and conduct portfolio analysis online. And the winner of the Excellence in Digital Banking Award is none other than OERLive Bank. Congratulations once again to OERLive Bank, and our next award is for excellence in digital transformation for energy efficiency. And the winning company has embraced digital innovation to optimize its well reservoir management, significantly enhancing oil recovery while minimizing environmental impact, a very important driven initiative in our vision of the country, utilizing its very own smart portal and real-time data analytics. The company has improved operational efficiency and sustainability in oil field operations. With advanced enhanced oil recovery techniques and cutting-edge business intelligence systems, this organization set a benchmark in technology integration within the sector. The winner of the Excellence in Digital Transformation for Efficiency Award in Energy is Dalil Petroleum. Well done to the team of Dalil Petroleum, and our next award is for Leaders in Educational Excellence through Innovation and Technology. The winner stands out as one of the premier educational institutions here in the Sultanate of Oman. They have facilities and commitment to sustainability. They are the forefront of developing a new era of professionals who will take over different challenges of the future, driven by innovation across various sectors. Recently, this college signed a memorandum of understanding with a leading Islamic bank to foster collaboration and innovation in Islamic banking and finance. Furthermore, they also boast one of the most advanced faculties and research facilities in science and technology. And the winner of the Leaders in Educational Excellence through Innovation Technology Award is the Modern College of Business and Science, MCBS. The next award is for the CEO of the Year in the energy sector. He has 31 years of experience in electricity generation, transmission, distribution, and oil and gas. The CEO distinguished himself as a leader in the energy industry. His strategic vision has transformed the organization into a successful and innovative firm, marked by continuous improvement in financial results since 2009. Under his leadership, he initiated a new program that has helped enhance leadership styles and foster teamwork within the organization, boosting productivity and customer service. He has spearheaded diversification initiatives to prepare for emerging alternatives like electric vehicles and different hydrogen equipment, ensuring the company's readiness for the future. His commitment to employee development and technology integration positions the company for sustained success in this rapidly developing market. And the winner of the CEO of the Year in Energy Sector is Engineer Hamad Al-Maghdari, CEO of Al-Maha Petroleum Products Marketing Company. Congratulations to you, Engineer. The next award is for Digital Leadership in Banking, and this award honors a trailblazer in the banking sector that has demonstrated an exceptional commitment to digital transformation, and it's been shown through their actions, perfectly aligning with Oman's journey towards digitization. This bank has developed cutting-edge digital banking solutions that not only enhance customer experiences, but also make financial services more accessible through intuitive digital platforms. Additionally, they stand as a pioneer in implementing ecosystems and API banking solutions, with a strong emphasis on data-driven decision-making and personalized services, setting new benchmarks for excellence in the industry. And now, the winner of the Digital Leadership in Banking Award is none other than Suhar International. Congratulations to Suhar International. Our next award is for Technology Company of the Year. So who has driven it through technology? Let's see. This company has set a new benchmark in innovation and technological advancement within the Sultanate of Oman with their groundbreaking solution, Nebula AI. They have revolutionized the tech landscape by hosting high-performance computing locally here in the country for the very first time. By leveraging NVIDIA DGX systems, they have enabled business and government entities to tap into the vast potential of machine learning and deep learning applications, driving exceptional value in the country and efficiency across various sectors. There's no point of guessing this one. I think we know who it is. The technology company of this year is Oman Data Park. Congratulations to Oman Data Park. Our next award is for the Best Tech Integrated SUV of the Year. And it goes to a model that truly combines luxury, power, and cutting-edge technology all together, equipped with a 2.0-liter turbo engine, producing 224 horsepower and 360 Nm of torque. This SUV delivers an outstanding driving experience with its advanced Blue Core powertrain technology and also a range of high-tech features, including adaptive cruise control and a lane departure warning system. It also ensures both performance and safety for passengers. The spacious leather-appointed interior, complemented by a premium sound system, provides unparalleled comfort and style. And I think you know what we're talking about. The Best Tech Integrated SUV of the Year goes to Shangan CS95 four-wheel drive, the one that you see here at the side of the stage. Well done, Team Shangan, for this award. Our next award is for excellence in digital transformation in the insurance sector, recognizing a company that has set new standards in innovation and customer experience. The winning organization has embraced digital technologies to streamline its operations, enhance risk management, and improve customer services by integrating AI-driven solutions for fraud detection and automating of claims processing. They have revolutionized insurance landscapes in the Sultanate of Oman. The commitment to digital transformation has not only improved operational efficiency, but has also led to a seamless and personalized experience for policyholders. The award for excellence in digital transformation in the insurance sector goes to none other than Dhofar Insurance Company. Congratulations to Dhofar Insurance. The next award is for the Technology Pioneer of this year. And this award recognizes an organization that has set a tone of the financial services or to the financial services sector through their cutting-edge technology. The winner has consistently integrated innovative digital solutions to their operations, offering customers seamless financial services. By embracing data analytics and tech-driven solutions, they have transformed everything from loan approvals to customer support, all the range, ensuring a smooth, efficient, and secure experience. Their forward-thinking approach to technology has set them apart in the finance industry, driving growth and customer satisfaction. And the Technology Pioneer of the Year award goes to none other than Ta'jir Finance. Well done to Tajir Finance. We now move on to the Pioneers in Digital Islamic Banking. This is an award that recognizes the bank that has set new standards in integrating digital innovation within Islamic finance. The winner has shown exceptional financial performance with a net profit of 17.02 million in 2023 million Omani riyals, of course that is, marking a 13% growth from the previous year. Their success stems from a strong commitment to customer centricity, digital transformation, and operational excellence. The bank has launched various digital solutions, including innovative mobile banking, services, and digital platforms as well, that make Sharia-compliant banking more accessible to everyone and convenient for their customers. They have also led the way with sustainability to launch of Oman's first Islamic sustainability-linked financing and their inaugural sustainability report. And this award for the Pioneers in Digital Islamic Banking goes to Bank Nazwa. That's great work by Bank Nazwa. Next in line is the IT Leaders of the Year, honoring a company that has consistently demonstrated leadership in delivering cutting-edge technology solutions across a multitude of industries, specializing in IT infrastructure, networking, cybersecurity, and smart city applications. This company provides tailored solutions to meet with the diverse needs of their clients, from managed services and software to cloud solutions and even digital banking innovations. They are one of the top companies driving digital transformation here in the Sultanate of Oman and enhancing business efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, the IT leader of this year is IMTAC. Congratulations to IMTAC. What a nice one for Team IMTAC. Congratulations to you for excelling in your field. We now move on to the Business Excellence in Sustainable Digital Transformation when it comes to Desalination Award. This recognizes a company that consistently delivered cutting-edge solutions in water management in response to growing water demands here in the country and specifically in Sharqiya region. And of course, the winning company has achieved a remarkable 98.8% of the maximum capacity when it comes to the Sur desalination plant, with advanced technologies like reverse osmosis and energy-efficient operations. The company has reduced specific energy consumption to 3.23 kilowatt hours per meter cube, highlighting their commitment to sustainability and also to innovation in desalination. The award of the Business Excellence in Sustainable Digital Transformation in Desalination goes to Veolia Sharqiya Desalination Company. Heartiest congratulations to Veolia Sharqiya Desalination Company, and the next award is to highlight the leading in digital revolution in securities research and brokerage here in the Sultanate of Oman. This award goes to a company that has transformed the investment landscape with their e-trading and brokerage solution platforms. eTadawul, the platform offers investors unparalleled access to multiple markets, enabling seamless trading of equities, exchange-traded funds, and effortless fund transfer available across various platforms. It empowers investors with flexibility, convenience, and comprehensive market insights, making a true leader in digital securities innovation. This award for the leading digital revolution in securities research and brokerage in the Sultanate of Oman goes to a company that we celebrated 30 years with, and that is United Securities LLC. Congratulations to United Securities. We now move on to the Personality Awards, and we begin with the award of highlighting the Tech Transformation Leader of the Year. The winner is someone who is driving the technology industry in the Sultanate of Oman, having chaired several successful ventures. Today's award highlights his work in founding and developing the most successful digital insurance portal here in the country. The company has redefined the insurance experience by offering a money cashback guarantee before policy issuance and ensuring policies are issued within only 15 minutes. Can you imagine that? Under his leadership, this company has become one of the leading online insurance platforms here in the Sultanate of Oman, showcasing innovation and efficiency in the industry. The winner of the Tech Transformation Leader of the Year goes to none other than Mr. Saeed Al-Rashdi, CEO of Bima Insurance. Congratulations to Mr. Saeed on this achievement. Our next award honors a visionary leader driving digital transformation at Petroleum Development Oman. With over 15 years of experience in data science and AI, this professional has been instrumental in leading PDO's journey into a future where technology is a huge part as well as sustainability, and they both go hand in hand. His leadership positioned PDO as a pioneer in utilizing the technology and digital strategies, ensuring its continued success in an evolving industry. It's with pleasure to present the Pioneer in Artificial Intelligence and Digital Transformation Award to Mr. Saoud Al-Zakwani. Congratulations to Mr. Saoud Al-Zakwani. We now transition to a special recognition award honoring a company that has reshaped the investments and brokerage sector here in Oman. For over 3 decades, this company has emerged as a pioneer force in the Sultanate of Oman when it comes to financial landscape, providing exceptional services in security and brokerage with an unwavering commitment to innovation and customer-centric solutions. This company has continuously adapted to evolving market trends, earning a trust of clients across Oman, GCC, and even across the globe. As they celebrate this significant milestone of theirs, we would acknowledge their vital role in shaping the investment landscape in Oman. And this message goes once out again. Congratulations to United Securities on completing 30 glorious years in Oman. And I would invite the representative to please come here on stage to receive a trophy from His Excellency. this one does bring us to the end of this amazing award presentation. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed presenting it. I would like to wholeheartedly congratulate all the winners today and also call them here on stage to gather here upon the stage for a group photograph. So all winners, you're invited to this stage. Congratulations once again to all the winners. And thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Atulia, and also Mr. Saeed. Let's take a couple of interesting events lined up here. Thank you very much. Lined up by United Media Services. The next UMS event is the Al Mar'a Summit and Awards of 2024, which will be hosted on the 6th of November. So mark your calendars, 6th of November. The summit will focus on the theme, the future role of women, bridging ambition and reality. It will highlight the different opportunities and challenges in empowering women and honoring outstanding achievers in various walks of life. UMS is also organizing Oman CSR Summit and Awards, and that will happen on the 4th of November. So they have two amazing events coming up. The 4th of November 2024, that will be the CSR Summit and Awards. And of course, this event aims to honor organizations and individuals who incorporate corporate responsibility principles into their business, ensuring increasing awareness and foster of a culture of CSR and sustainability here in the whole country, in the Sultanate of Oman. They are also advocates for CSR as a vital component of a successful business here in the country and a successful business model, and introduce the latest international developments and trends in the field and also the standards in CSR in sustainability. Of course, I am now excited to introduce our next speaker, and that is Mr. Vishal Goenka. Mr. Vishal Goenka has 25 years of experience. Mr. Vishal is the Managing Director of IMTAC, the man who you saw with the beautiful picture, him and his team here. And he serves as a board member and a business transformation advisor for various companies globally. We are going to have a presentation. May I ask kindly everyone to have their seat. We'll have a break for congratulations and, sharing the joy of this occasion together. There will be time during the break, to get good pictures together with your awards and celebrate with your teams these beautiful LinkedIn pictures of yours. I'm excited now to introduce this speaker. As we said, Mr. Vishal Goenka has over 25 years of experience. He's a managing director currently of IMTAC and serves globally as a board member of business transformation, an advisor for various companies around the globe. He has held CXO roles in leading consulting firms and business conglomerates, and also he has an extensive background in finance, accounting, management, and even IT, and it enables him to perform and provide effective solutions to complex business challenges. A passionate advocate for spiritual entrepreneurship, which is something very interesting, and an impactful investing method. So Vishal encourages young professionals and even startups to integrate these principles into different ventures. Let's all be seated first of all, and then welcome Mr. Vishal Goenka to the stage. Mr. Vishal, the stage is yours.
Good morning. Thank you very much, everyone, and congratulations to all the recipients of awards. We all are proud as an Omani company, but IMTAC feels even goes beyond. It says we are Oman's company because we touch life of everyone in Oman, whether you are going to healthcare centers in Oman, any MOH hospitals, whether you are driving on the roads of Oman, when you are doing any banking transaction in Oman, we touch your lives. And that's the reason we are very proud to say we are Oman's company. We bring the best solution globally to Oman. We understand the requirement of each of our customers and how to provide the solutions. Because every customer is unique, and we integrate all the solutions and we offer the best solutions. So we are very proud to say that we are the pioneer in solution integrator in Oman. This we achieve through integrating various systems of hardware, software, customized solutions. And the human touch is very important because ultimately we deal with humans. So not only we are technology enabled, but we are very much human centric. We understand our customers' needs. We understand that if our technology is not handy or not coming used to the customer, then basically customer's business can get impacted. 40 years of Imtech, we have been serving all 5 million nationals, people in Oman, and we are very proud of it. Human capital, so we have more than 80 skilled Omanis, and that is one of the largest pool of IT skills in the country in one Oman's company. And we are continuing to grow on that. We are embarking on education and training for Omanis in the company and outside our company. We provide every segment of technology, whether it is banking, whether it is healthcare, whether it is smart cities, whether it is education, whether it is your banking, whether it is your aviation, healthcare, smart cities, you will find Imtech there. And we work 24/7. So for us, clock does not stop. When all Omani companies are participating in tender, Imtech manages that tender platform. So we are very proud to participate in the Digital and Innovation Center of Oman. Through our healthcare systems, every day 50,000 patients go through in Oman, in India, in UAE, in Indonesia. That is very critical system for us and for our patients. We are very much aligned with Oman 2040 vision. We feel the kind of the growth we are going to see in Oman digital landscape. Imtech has opportunity to serve many more segments. Oman 2040 vision is going to be very much inclusive, where we will see the emphasis on education, healthcare, smart cities, people connection and communication. And this cannot happen without digital. And considering the best technology which Imtech was able to bring in the past and continuously bringing, we feel that the vision of 2040 is a reality because the focus is on the technology and with the support of the technology. This is what we are seeing in terms of the growth in Oman of information communication technology. So growth is healthy, 8.8% so far. And we are expecting even to grow double digit beyond 2029 as we will start approaching for Oman 2040 vision. Various new segments are coming. We have seen some of the earlier speakers mentioned about hydrocarbon, bioscience, solar energy, and the use of technology and bringing the new solution is everywhere. And considering our 40 years of experience in Oman, we understand Oman very well. All of you in this room, somewhere we touch you. Most of the prominent names in the country, in any segment, we serve them, and we feel very proud of serving them. This is in our IT Infotech business unit. Same is in the software business solutions. Technical service business unit, where our engineers are 24/7, making sure that your IT systems, hardware, software, whether in banking or in the healthcare or on the borders in terms of the radars, all the smart street lights by the municipality, we are running 24/7. Healthcare business unit is very important, where we not only install the latest devices, but we provide automation. So the healthcare of every patient in the country is monitored on just-in-time basis. And there, a lot of emphasis is coming by Ministry of Health, and we are working very closely with them. We discussed about the traffic management. Not only in Muscat municipality, but the other municipalities in the country, we are working hand in glove. In January, with Oman government and India, the memorandum of understanding was signed. And this will open up more than $10 billion of IT collaboration between the two countries. A lot of discussions are happening, and IMTech is playing an important part in this. So we are seeing where Oman is growing in terms of the digital innovation, bringing the best technology, and considering that leader in technology in Oman, we are very much part of this collaboration with some of our neighboring countries. IMTech, you know very well any of your requirements in helping you in a digital transformation. We will be very happy to come and support you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time and attention.
Welcome back, everyone. We will be playing a very short video that is exciting for you, and then we will be going into a panel discussion titled Harnessing AI and Machine Learning for Industry Innovation. That'll be a very interesting, with a range of panelists from different backgrounds who would bring in a lot of information. So if you have your friends outside, you may call them to come in, and after the panel discussion, we will have a proper break for you where you can feed your mind and your soul as well and have a cup of coffee to energize. So as we are gearing up for our panel discussion, the panel discussion is titled AI and Machine Learning for Industry Innovation. This was a video that you saw about the future of technology and business, and that is what business is going to. We need to have our digital transformation ahead of us to make sure we are doing our best. Now it's time to embark on the panel discussion. We'll delve into the topic of harnessing AI and machine learning for our industry innovation, where we capture the seamless synergy between cutting-edge technologies and strategic initiatives as to harmonize with the grand goal of ours, Oman Vision 2040 plan, and ignite a fresh era of boundless progress and also unwavering innovation across a multitude of sectors here in the Sultanate of Oman. We are honored to introduce our inaugural guest of the discussion, who is none other than Dr. Haider Al-Lawati, the Senior Manager in Artificial Intelligence at Oman Data Park. Dr. Haider has over 13 years of experience in the telecom industry and academia, leading projects in network planning, strategic and operational planning, project management, and even innovative network solutions. He earned his PhD from the University of Toronto and has conducted advanced AI research in Canada as well. Now, at Oman Data Park, he focuses on AI-driven initiatives for projects across various sectors. Dr. Haider also teaches machine learning at the Modern College of Business and Science. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Haider. Our next panelist is Mujahid Az-Zajjali, who is the General Manager of IT and Operations at Bank Nizwa. He serves as a Technology Committee Chairman of the Oman Banking Association and Deputy Chairman of the IT Steering Committee at the bank. He also leads digital transformation and innovation projects across the country, supporting the bank's long-term strategy and vision to become the digital bank of choice here in the country. With 20 years of expertise, Mr. Mujahid is a strategic and result-oriented leader, adapted at managing large teams and committed to human capital and staff engagement and development. Let's all welcome Mr. Mujahid Az-Zajjali. Our next panelist this morning is Mr. Tariq Salman, who is the Head of Investments at United Securities, a financial expert and advisor in Oman. With a decade of market experience, Mr. Tariq has been the head of investment within United Securities for the last 5 years and is driving the organization into a digitally sound trading platform. He is a CFA charter holder and a Masters of Finance holder from the Imperial College of London. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Tariq to the stage. Our next panelist is someone who is interesting as well, is Mr. Mukesh Jawaharani, the head of internal audit at Dhafar Insurance Company, a chartered accountant with over 20 years of experience. Mr. Mukesh specializes in internal audit, fraud investigation, compliance, IT audit, information security, and computer forensics, and IS standards and frameworks. His expertise spans several domains as well, including life insurance, general insurance, banking, leading non-banking finance companies, and manufacturing as well. Please join me in welcoming on the stage Mr. Mukesh Jawaharani. Such a diverse and a good array and range of panelists here. Our next one is Mr. Mu'adh Al-Umairi, who is the Commercial Vice President of Infoline, with extensive experience leading the market, client success, and even business development departments. Mr. Mu'adh is dedicated to driving revenue growth and enhancing client partnerships and relationships while ensuring exceptional customer experiences. His strategic focus includes overseeing marketing initiatives and optimizing client success programs to expand Infoline's market reach. Previously, he served as General Manager of Sales and Solutions in the company, where he successfully implemented sales strategies, built high-performance teams, and achieved over 30% year-on-year revenue growth. That is very impressive. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Mu'adh Al-Umairi on stage. Moving on to our next panelist, and that is Mr. Sajil Bashiruddin, the Chief Digital Officer of Suhar International. So Mr. Sajir joined Suhar International back in 2021 and currently oversees IT and in the Enterprise Project Management Office, fintech and digital banking. With over 20 years of experience, he leads large-scale transformations and introduces new digital revenue streams through fintech partnerships. Mr. Sajil has an emphasis on strategy development, leadership, and innovation, and has spearheaded different business expansions and transitions to Suhar International for them to become a data-driven organization. Now, this whole panel discussion will be led by a moderator that has that has been and is a prominent figure in Oman's business landscape, and that is none other than Engineer Ibrahim Al-Hosni. He is a board member of the Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry and a chair of Digital Economy and Artificial Intelligence Committee. He plays a vital role in shaping Oman's economic future through initiatives aimed at establishing the country as a hub for digital transformation. Engineer Ibrahim is also the founder and CEO of a group called AGC Group, where he has successfully led to a diverse conglomerate involved in oil and gas, fintech, logistics, manufacturing, furniture, and even trading. Please welcome on stage Engineer Ibrahim Al-Hosni. And this one is over to you, Engineer, to lead this panel discussion.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning to everyone. Welcome all of you and the panel discussion. Dr. Haidar, Sajil, Tariq, Mujahid, Mukesh, and Muad. Welcome on board. We are very happy to see you here, all of you, and thank you for attending this event. So, if you allowed me just to start with a small introduction about the digital economy, which is really looking in the advanced technology like artificial intelligence, cybersecurities, and big data, and so many new technology which can also empower the technology for the economy trade, which you can use for the government, digital, fintech, and market trade, e-commerce, and so many activities which is helped by the technology. And as His Majesty Sultan Haytham, it's say the importance of the AI technology, which enhance in economy, increasing the productivity of the sector, which is reflected in Oman GDP. And we are really glad also in the last year also they announced the national program for artificial intelligence and advanced digital technologies is one of the most important vessels to promote the global leadership. And as our guys, I think Mr. Sharma, he said that's also the around the AI contribute in the global economy is 15.7 trillion in 2023, which is 320 billions will be in the Middle East, which is around 15.5% contribution digital economy. Also, Engineer Maqbool, he said in his presentation that it was interesting presentation that the ICT contribution Oman 3.3% and a plan to have 10% also in Oman 2040 vision. So let's start with Dr. Haidar. How will be the artificial intelligence and advanced digital technology enhance in Oman economy, and how you will feel that it's adding value for the economy to have a set of rules and regulations and the strategies in Oman?
All right, well, thank you very much for the brief and nice intro. I guess everybody hears about AI, digital transformation, and the hype around it, and they think, oh, what is this monster is going to be doing? But from our domestic point of view, looking at the statistics and the research in this area, there's a research study from McKinsey, I think last year. They were expecting that by 2030, the impact of AI on global economy will be very close to $16 trillion. And in another study from the same source, they were looking at that the impact of this technology, AI, in the GCC market will be around $150 billion, which is around 9% of the combined GDP of the entire GCC countries. Okay, so looking at these numbers, these are not small numbers. They can say a lot about what AI can bring as a value to the economy and to the growth of the nation. I don't know if we're going to be getting to that 9%. It's an ambitious thing because there are big players in the market. But if we put everything in the right place, we can get there. Yeah. All right. So AI in general people might think about it as something that is nice to have, or it's very weird to have, or it might be scary to have. However, looking at the positive part of AI, it can help you with saving cost, creating new opportunities, being more efficient. People are afraid about losing jobs, but as Engineer Maqbool this morning, when he spoke about the number of expected jobs to be offered by AI in the future will be huge. And that is the life cycle of any technology. It impacts specific jobs, some jobs, but it creates other opportunities. So I think in general or overall, we might be more optimistic than pessimistic about the impact of AI on digital growth and economy.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk with Mujahid. Mujahid, about tokenizations in Oman. How big the potential of tokenizations, and how can we be compete with combine with AI like some advanced countries? So how can you please give something about tokenization?
Yeah, so tokenization usually it falls under two main categories. The first one is it's a digital representation of a security or a transaction-based function. The second one is the digital ownership of a physical asset. Now, what we have seen, some of the banks have already adopted tokenization. It's basically it's reducing the friction. It's enhancing the customer experience, and once the customer experience is enhanced and friction is reduced, usually the volumes are booming up, and so implementing tokenization, it actually enhances your security posture of the organization. And while implementing tokenization, building AI with it, it actually brings a lot of efficiency in terms of controlling the cost, the running cost of the organization, and in terms of the analytics, the analysis part of the organization. So these two are usually, many organizations, they implement tokenization, but it goes hand in hand with AI implementation, because now every solution is almost, I was just telling to Haider, every solution is almost powered with an AI capability. Yeah. Without an AI capability, solutions behave in a traditional manner. They don't bring efficiency, they don't bring accuracy, they don't bring proper analysis of the data and deep insights. So both of them, they really complement each other. One is the efficiency and customer experience. The second one is the enhancement of your security, whether it is the representation at the transit state of the transaction, whether it is at the resting stage. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for highlighting this. Tariq, congratulations for 30 years. Yeah?
Thank you.
Yeah. So, we need to have a good, celebration with all the people here, and, invite us, please. So please, take us.
We might be giving discounts, but
yeah,
you have to wait to find out.
So you need to give some shares, Yeah. Anyway, so let's Tariq, talk about how is the United Securities delivering the digital transformation and the AI to enhance brokerage services and can be used to predict and analyze the market trends?
Okay, thank you. This is a good question. So I'll break it into two parts. The first part is how we are using it in the brokerage services. So we have more than one channel to trade. You can trade via application, via mobile-based app as well, mobile-based web, or text messages, WhatsApp, call. Our channels are completely open. So for retail, we're quite efficient. Our invoice system is also really efficient, is instant confirmation. We were the first to introduce SMS confirmation. Back in the days, this was cool. For the kids out here, it's really outdated. So we keep on coming with new things, which basically are in line in how we make our service more efficient and quicker. No one wants to wait for their service. They want to trade now, they want confirmation now, they want money management now, so we're there. What we also do is when institutional clients trade with us, there's something in the field as order routing. So they don't need to call us if they want to place their orders digitally through another platform. We offer services for them to link it with our platform, and then someone sitting anywhere in the world pretty much can trade on Omani stocks without calling us. And then they can put also specific orders, such as what's common from international players. They want, for example, to trade 1/3 of a market. And so we have platforms that support that. They will give us an order. They will put it alone as an order, trade 1/3 no matter what of the volume, and we execute that. We have quite experience in doing it. The last thing we introduced, which helps the last thing we introduced, which also helps in making it more digital transformation, is liquidity provision services. So what's there in the country that is a requirement is, you see some of the shares are not very liquid. It's very hard to buy and sell. So what we do, we offer services is called liquidity provision. So I'm just oversimplifying here. Liquidity provision, what it does, it makes sure that when you, as Ibrahim, wants to buy and sell shares, you can find a counterpart to deal with it completely. Of course, all of this pretty much cannot be done by human. We have employed advanced algorithms since the beginning of this year. You have to come one day and see it. It's quite cool, and you will see the bid-ask screen moving. It looks like a computer game some of the time, but it's really, really efficient. So we provide services like this, and we're trying to continue to use services that are there available to everyone. We'll make sure we use them. Sorry for the long answer. The other part of the question you asked is insights and market research. Sure, we use that quite a bit, and maybe we'll speak a bit about it later. Yeah.
Excellent. Very good. Okay, Mr. Mukesh from Dhofar Insurance, just regarding the insurance and the technology and breaking through, what are some breakthrough technology that are transforming the insurance sectors?
So, if we compare with the other insurance market, I would say there are 12 to 15 technologies that are taking care. But what we have done is we have shortlisted those technologies and what we can implement in the Oman environment. I will just tell 4 to 5 technologies. One is the robotic process automation. So there's an application called UiPath. We started using it 1.5 years back. Initially, we were facing problem, what would be the use cases where we can implement. But then now, let's say within 1.5 years, we have been able to implement it in 10 to 15 scenarios. The next is automated work, AI-based claim management system. What we are trying to implement is to reduce the claim time processing to 15 to 20 minutes and make the payment within next 24 hours. So if a person meets with an accident, our surveyor will go to the spot, take the recordings of the damage parts. This will get integrated to our claim management system, and within next 15 minutes, we'll be able to assess and give him the value of the claim that we are ready to pay. If he accepts, within next 24, he shall be able to get it, the payout. So the value that we are trying to create is do correct assessment, make fast payment, the customer interaction, make it easy. Of course, this project is under implementation, and we are expecting this to get complete within next 6 months. That is what the project is. Third is WhatsApp integration. Whatever the customer life is, buying, renewing, premium payment, branch address communication, we're trying to integrate this in the WhatsApp. So there are 2 strengths of our company. One is the physical presence. We have more than 45 branches. That is the A part of the story, but also B part is where we are trying to connect customer through digital modes and make it easy for him to talk to us. So these are 3-4 things where it's changing the insurance segment within the Oman.
Very good, amazing, interesting. Yeah, okay. Mu'adh, let's talk about, that how is the info line using the AI in terms of the efficiency for PPO, services, and can you share the examples and how the AI implementing the customer support and back office operation?
Right. As customers, we're very, I would say, emotional creatures. Sometimes we're even impulsive. When you look at technologies and how you can apply them in the customer experience world, you look at the customer as a human and how do they feel and what kind of emotions do they process and make the machines understand that. So what we do is we start with listening to the customer, and that would be customer service 101, right? So listening to the customer by data gathering, regardless of the interaction type. So we have different forms of interactions through the omni-channel technologies. Whether it's a chat conversation that we're having, or it's a voice conversation that we're having with our customers, what we do, we listen to their emotions as much as possible and analyze them. And from the data gathering platform that we have, we do a sentimental or a sentiment analysis throughout the interaction. What you build over these sentimental, I would say, analysis over and above in the future is you build a predictive, I would say, analysis tool that can drive certain efficiencies and certain use cases I will be sharing later. But the idea is what we're doing today is looking at hundreds and thousands of interactions we're having with customers from different industries, analyzing the sentiment of these particular interactions, finding ways of improvement, creating dashboards for decision makers to take the right decision, to have a competitive edge. That's one part. Another part is driving improvements to their existing customers' experience, which basically drives better satisfaction rate, giving opportunities also for cross-selling and upselling opportunities within these interactions. And you can drive campaigns from these analytic tools, whether it's sentiment analysis or even the data analysis that we build on.
Very good. So you have good experience, and how's the satisfaction with the client while using this technology?
Right. We have few use cases, and telco being the biggest, having the largest volumes. The dashboards and insights that you're able to get through these tools are remarkable. And the information that you can use in terms of driving decisions as well, it's quite very insightful. That saves you, I would say, time to take certain decisions in a much shorter time frame. Let's say, for example, launching a campaign, and you want to have a competitive edge versus your competition. With the right information that's gathered from the interactions you're having from your existing customers, can improve your churn, can give you a trigger that says take a decision now to take this particular campaign or launch this particular offer. So from these insights, the customers are giving us quite, I would say, a very positive feedback since they're equipped with tools they never had before, or they would have ideally taken a year to find out that this is what's happening with their customers. So it gives them a better, I would say, voice of a customer. It's better for quality monitoring and assurance as well.
And for decision as well, decision making, because if you have a good data with you, that's I think it's very good and very easy for the decision makers to take the right decision. So that's, I think, one of the challenges which we have in some of the, even the government sector or private sectors, to take a decision that the data, it's not that accurate. So I think, to have a good data, it will be easy for the decision maker to take the right decision and to improve the services. Thank you. Sajil, let me ask you another question for the let's talk about tokenizations and how they're transforming to the banking sectors. يعني. So how we feel this? What are your protective global technologies like tokenizations that are transforming the bank sectors?
Thank you for the question. Good morning, Assalamu alaikum. So tokenization is a driving force that is changing the financial and the payment industry. Now, at Sohar International being one of the leaders in this space, we have noticed a very high adoption. So when there's a very high adoption on Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, tokenization, etc., that creates a more efficient and a secure financial ecosystem. It increases the trust in customers. It increases the interactions with the customers. Hence, organizations get better data to provide them more value propositions. Yeah. While this is there, so today if you look at Oman and the payments, you can use your mobile phone or your Apple Watch to withdraw money, to pay transactions. You have e-commerces now where you can pay through Apple Pay, so you don't have to put your card number, etc. It will slowly unfold to international transactions, where making it lesser expensive for our customers to have international transactions. Tokenization will start integrating with Internet of Things, making payments more seamless. More importantly, tokenization fits so well with the open banking and the API economy which is unfolding in Oman. And the integrations will continue to happen, creating larger, bigger ecosystems and creating seamless experiences for our customers as well. So tokenization is one of the key drivers for the next phase of digital transformation, which will unfold in Oman, inshallah.
Inshallah. And hope that to see that the branch list of most of the bank, and some of them, they already implementing that they are going digital with all.
Absolutely. Yeah. We are one of them.
Yeah, so before we remember that we are going to the bank, we were in big queue waiting for our, now everything goes by a touch. So that's what we are expecting in Oman. But I think we required, I don't know, the central bank in terms of the regulations and in terms of that one, I think it's required more to put,
We're getting extremely high support from Central Bank of Oman and the regulations, and it's unfolding at a very good pace. Tokenization being one of the examples of the country. Mobile payments being, Oman being one of the leaders in mobile payments, and which is taking over the traditional payments now.
Very good. Yeah, very good. Back to you, Dr. Haider. Guest, we would like to know about how does ODB, leveraging AI to improve the cloud service efficiency and security as well.
All right, so AI department and an AI application in ODP is maybe the most recent addition to the stack of solutions and services that we provide. Although the investment in the technology itself and the infrastructure is dated maybe 3-4 years from now. Before today, and maybe in 2021, when the company started investing in the high performance computing platform, GPUs, to provide services in the market, right? As Mujahid mentioned earlier, now all the new technologies are using AI. So similarly, in our data center, in our solutions that we provide to our customers, there is sort of integration of AI. We don't only provide cloud services as hosting and the traditional ones. We also have cybersecurity solutions that are offered to our customer base. So since most of these solutions are in many cases built by third-party partners, the integration of AI is there in one way or another. Okay.
Yeah.
There's no one single AI solution that fits all. And this is the most important thing that we have to realize and understand about AI. Normally it's not an off-the-shelf solution.
Yes.
It is very customized to your use cases, and to your needs, into your industry. So for example, when it comes to our data center, optimization of the operation of the data center and the optimization of energy consumption, there's an AI model that is sitting there to kind of improve the performance and reduce the unnecessary utilization of power, right? This is one example. We are also testing and implementing some, internal experiments to see where we can leverage AI to improve specific services in different domains. We are, as I mentioned, AI department is new, so there are multiple examples that we're working on, both internally and externally. And since they are still in the early stages, I cannot really reveal what we're doing here, but we are doing some, kind of process improvement experiments for, leveraging data and how we can also, make our offerings better than before using the data and wealth of data that we have. So yes, we do use that, we have that, and we have plans for that. And actually, it's important for everybody to have plans to use AI. I remember reading an article about, or study about the impact of adopting AI in your business. Early adopters have the potential of seeing a growth in their cash flow of up to 122%. Okay?
Yeah.
And guess what? If you are following leaders, like not the early adopters, if you are the second one to adopt later on, what's the impact of that cash flow? Any guess?
Yeah.
The first one is 122%. The second ones that will follow the leaders will see only 10% of growth in their cash flow. And those who will be late followers will see decline of up to 23% of their cash flow.
Yeah.
Right? So it is scary for those who are reluctant about using AI in their solutions or services or operation. And as Mujahid also mentioned, that every single solution now is coming with some AI integration within.
Yes.
And we expect that to happen everywhere.
Yeah.
It will seamlessly be integrated everywhere. So we're happy to be, a platform and infrastructure provider and also solution providers and to help promote this kind of new digital transformation with the AI adoption and implementation within the country. So yes, if there's a message from all this, please think of, having AI part of your strategy. Failing to do so, 5 years from now, you might be out of business.
Yeah, agree. And what is the challenge also, Doctor, that you have? I mean, to implementing the AI, let's say in Oman or in your organization. So do you have any challenges or some flags that's to stop you to implement it?
Okay, so I think the primary challenge that when it comes to offering AI solutions to the external customers is that the awareness and the understanding or the inclination towards adopting this new solution. Any change is not always welcomed generally by human beings, right? And this is what makes people kind of move out of their comfort zone. So the challenge here is to convince people that this is really important. And the way how we convey the message to our customers about AI is not to think of AI as being something that is good to have or is a luxury. It is something necessary to have. It is somehow linked to your increase of revenues, cash flow, decrease or saving of your cost, or becoming more efficient or better in serving your customers. If you are facing challenges or you have objectives in any of these KPIs, think of AI as being a potential solution to help you get there. Link it with your existing objectives and business needs. So this is one of the challenges. I think it will take time to educate people, to make them aware and understand, because they don't want to make, take some risks, and then they find out, okay, they were just taken by the hype of AI. So this is maybe the major challenge. Now, the other big challenge is the availability of clean and quality data. Not everybody is keeping that kind of data or data warehouse or data pipeline. So working on that fundamental layer becomes really important before migrating to the AI adoption. But that is part of the journey.
Yeah.
Think of AI adoption as being a journey. It's not a transaction, it's a journey. You have to go through it, step by step, and taking smaller steps at a time.
Very good, very good. Mujahid, you want to say something? Because I was
just echoing to what he's saying. I mean, one of the common challenge of AI adoption is the data sanitization. I I mean, you have data coming from different sources. Now, let's say in the banking sector, you get the account number from core banking system, you get the card number from the other system. Now, mobile number is registered here, registered there. The name is registered in 3-4 places. Somewhere it is registered as Mujahid with I, somewhere it is E. So all these kind of sanitization is really required for AI in order to give you a proper insights and give you a proper decision making. So as he said, you need to take the baby steps. It's not just in one day you bring this AI and then you say labbaik shabbaik. It comes, somebody comes in front of you. It takes time. It's a journey. You go step by step, slow and steady, and inshallah the race is win.
Very good. So the data, what about the rules and regulation?
Of course, the governance aspect of AI is very important. You have the customer's data in your hand. If you don't have a proper governance structure in the organization, then customers are not going to trust you. Something which we really need to take care of, having a proper governance, having a proper policies while sharing data, because with AI, with data sanitization, you will have the full control of data. There are concepts which are coming open banking, whereby, the banks will have to share data. So now if you are sharing data, you need to ensure the customer, this data is not in the hand of people where it is exposed. So accordingly, you will need to also implement or embrace secured solutions, cyber-secured solutions in the organization while adopting AI solutions.
And the good thing and the advantage probably that we have in ODP is that we have a dedicated cybersecurity department that oversees all these kind of things and complies with all the governmental requirements, and they're up to these standards of the data safety and security and privacy.
Very good. And I think the government, it's as per the strategy, the Ministry of Transport and Telecommunication, that they have the 8 strategies which they are working in: AI and advanced technology program, e-commerce program, digital transformation, digital industrial and security, plus the digital infrastructures program. So I think the implementation of those strategy and with the set of rules and regulation, I think it will help to speed and to accelerate the implementation of the AI technologies.
Can I comment on that? As per the vision, Oman's Vision 2040, Oman is going to be considered in 2040 to be the top 20 innovation index, in the top 20 innovation
20
index
or
countries.
50?
20?
20 or 50?
2040.
Among of the...
Oman 20.
Oman
top 20.
2040,
yes,
to be among of the score 50, the score 50, globally. Correct me, or 20?
It's 20. I read it, the way I read it, it's 20. And then by 2040, the digital economy contribution would be 10% to the GDP.
Yes.
So now if that kind of a vision is there, definitely for the banking sector will have to adopt these kind of solutions, because while you're adopting these kind of solutions, you're bringing simplicity, customer experience, and efficiency. And when these three come together, definitely your growth will boost. Now I'll just add on tokenization. People who are usually going with their wallets, now they have no longer need to take their wallets. So it's more secured, more efficient, more simple to perform transactions. One more good news is now you're not worried about the data theft. If you are, let's say, taking an example of Netflix subscription, you have to key in your card number. With tokenization, you're safe. Even if your data is compromised, you don't have to worry. Your card is safe and secure. So these are, I would say, it's a revolution. As Sajil was saying, in the payment industry for the customer. It's going to be, this is an era, IT era, for all the organizations, hopefully.
Anyone you want to say something? Anyone? Guest will ask. Okay. Do you want to say something, Sajeev, in regulations and implementing the rules and regulations in Oman to speed up the implementation of the AI, as the guys that said the data and to.
The same point Haider and Mujahid had mentioned, in the sense that AI, every organization has an AI governance. And while we're implementing it, or while we have implemented it, some organizations are in quite advanced stages. It's always very important to have, there's a whole section called as responsible AI. You have your own governance around your artificial intelligence strategy. You have your own model audits now. So for example, we have a lab which generates our own models, AI models at Zohar International, and we leverage the LLMs that is there from the major open source LLMs that we have. And we introduce our own model audits to be very transparent in the sense of what the models does and how are the results explained. Now, while you have an internal framework for your AI strategy, it's also very important that we adhere to the regulations of Oman as well as the best practices globally. But for now, like Dr. Haider said, there is nothing stopping organizations to implement and leverage AI in this fast-growing pace to remain not competitive anymore, relevant, I would say. That's
very good. Very good. Yeah.
One more thing I will just add on in terms of the data policies. Central Bank is very clear. They have given the framework, the cybersecurity framework. In that, they have clearly mentioned the sensitive data needs to be encrypted at rest and during transit. So, from that aspect, I think majority of the organizations are marching towards that. They are implementing solutions which are going to encrypt the data at the rest. When I say at the rest, at the storage level and at the table level and at the column level. So they are getting so aggressive that they want the entire piece to be encrypted. And this piece, when it is traveling, which is a transit state, they are also asking that this should be completely encrypted. So you have several solutions, and tokenization again comes into the picture here.
Indeed. Yeah, Tariq, just let me ask you that how, has the AI improve your ability to provide the market predictions and the investment strategy?
Yeah, that's a very good question, very important one. So let me start with the story. So when I first started working in an investment company, I come from a research background myself. What you have to do, you had Google, of course, we still have Google. But then after processing the data and information from Google, you spent half your day putting numbers each other, dividing numbers by each other, and then finding ratios. All of this to try and find a small edge over everyone else. That's the nature of research. This is what used to be. Nowadays, it has become much, much easier to find information. And then the quality of information itself has become really good. If there is one takeaway from all of this, we use an AI software called Perplexity. We increasingly use it. Honestly, I really recommend everyone to try it. It's so good that ChatGPT doesn't have a source. So the difference in this is it has a source of information, so you can dig further. And then there is a button that's called Focus. So in that, you can put something like academic research, so it will source you information from academic research. They added a new button called Reasoning, which is basically more forward-looking thing, predictive thing. So you can ask him something like, based on the current information in the internet, what will most likely happen in the oil price. It will prompt a response that is honestly extremely logical, better than what we have in mind. So we use it a lot to try and get an insight. We put prompts that say, for example, what sequence or patterns do you see in the market based on last 1 year data, and then it told you for some time, if you follow the news in Reddit and find which stocks people are recommending and try to find what is correlated with these stocks, you can make money. And then if you do it, you will actually make more money than you lose. So you can have an edge just by using these tools that they are extremely powerful. They started with a pricing that's also for everybody, I think, so that everyone can try. And eventually, I really think these tools will become really valuable and probably really expensive for everyone. So get a chance and hands on it. It will really give you an edge, probably in your life as well.
And it's help you also for the efficiency to be better efficient and to get the data analysis in very quick and a very fast manner.
Very fast, exactly.
Yes.
By the time you press enter, yeah, you have your answer there. There's no this feature of someone typing. They also took that out.
Very good. So because of the time, guess we have less than 5 minutes. Guess I will go to Mukesh. How Dhofar Insurance preparing to use AI solution globally to track the freight challenges?
Because when we talk about fraud, the major risk is in the claim payment. So what, in terms of fraud claim risk is, you have to identify a pattern which is different than the normal pattern. Based on this pattern, we give a risk score. So if the score goes beyond a limit, I have to go and investigate that claim, that why is it okay or not okay. Now, just to give you an example, in the Oman, what happens is there is the dealer network who is selling the new cars, and then there is a non-dealer network which is selling the used cars. So there are cars coming from UAE, the other parts, US, Japan. Now the problem to this is, how do you identify if it's a used car, how do you identify the value of that car? For example, a customer comes with a used car, the value is 80,000, and within 15 days, he would make a claim for total loss damage. So that's a pattern that tells me that this is not a normal and it has to be differentiated from the other cases. What we are doing is, we are using AI-based claim system that would help us to identify these patterns so that we segregate between the normal and the abnormal cases. This is just one use case. There are more further which we can.
Very good. You want to say something, Muad? Very good. So, guess we'll open, if you have any questions from the people who's attending, you have any question to any one of the panelists?
The students? The students have any questions?
Yeah, I hear that there is a lot of students here, so maybe they can ask if you have any question or if you have any. Yes, he wants to say something. Please give him mic.
Yeah, my question is to the organizers. Yeah, I was hoping to see someone from the government, from the Ministry of, let's say, Transport and Communication, because I just want to understand what is their role really, yeah, in all this. I understand that we have Vision 2040 and we have targets, and I appreciate all the efforts from all these companies, yeah. But these are all these are initiatives, yeah, by these companies. But what the government really does, yeah, in ensuring that we'll meet the target. And as I understand, we want to make sure that I think AI will basically contribute to 10% of GDP or something like that. I'm not sure. Yeah. But how do they monitor this? How do they? Plus, also the government itself. Where are they in terms of this? Yeah. So I don't know who can answer this question.
I agree with you that the minister regulators to be here, but there is the full plan. What we know that and the entire strategy to look into the new technologies, including the AI. Even now they are working on the the activities for all the advanced technology, let's say like metaverse and the new technology. So I think, and as I mentioned, that there is 8 strategy which is already in place, is written, and if we achieve that 10% of the GDP in 2040, I think that it will be a big achievement, and inshallah, hopefully, and it's not only the government, by the way, all the companies and the individuals, the people, the companies, the research and development, university, colleges, all those people, they are helping also to improve the rules and the technology and to enhance and to implement. Anyone have to say something?
No, I'll just comment. You can go to the LinkedIn page of His Excellency Ali Shidani. You will see the entire strategy paper is being posted by him a week back. Yesterday there was an event hosted by Information Technology Society, and there were representations from Ministry of Telecom and Information Technology. So the entire program is monitored by Ministry of Telecom and Information Technology. But I agree, yes, there may be in the upcoming events one individual from a representation from the Ministry of Telecom and Information Technology would add more value, would endorse what we are saying and what they are doing. At least it will give much more better explanation to what's happening on ground on the AI and the other digital initiatives.
Yeah.
Shukran.
Anything? Any other question? Oh, the last one and the last question.
I'm Dr. Pradeep Joseph from Rising Sun Business Solutions. I'm recently moved to Muscat. See, one of the challenges that are faced by the industry leaders is AI today is in the same place what computers was in the late 80s. Correct? But they said when the computers come, we're going to lose a lot of jobs. But nothing happened, but new jobs were created. Today, we are seeing the same story being told about AI coming in, some job losses, but new jobs are going to be created. But what are those new jobs? That is the most important thing that we need to elaborate. People talked about banking sector, how AI is being used. But if you go back to computers, they said there is a lot of programming jobs that are going to come. Okay, there's a lot of coding, testing. Now in AI, what kind of jobs do you think will open up to the market or to the next generation? What should they focus on in terms of AI jobs? If anybody in the panel can elaborate on this. Thank you.
Yeah, Tara, you want to say or Doctor?
Okay, well, thank you for that great question. People, as you mentioned, people always think that, okay, there are jobs that are going to go, maybe new jobs will appear, but what are those? I just wonder that if you go back to the computer example in the late 80s, were people able to foresee what kind of new jobs will come? I think we might be able to predict some of these things based on what happened historically. However, we might not be able to see everything because, it's just to humans' intelligence and imaginations to come up with new kind of job and requirements. It will all come from the needs and the challenges. But what I can say here, that we will need people who will be able to use these new AI systems. For example, today we see a new domain with the Gen AI is coming up as prompt engineering. People who have to use this Gen AI solution and write the right prompts so that it can, respond in a way that is suitable to your business operation. That is one thing. Now, the other thing is that there will be lots of other people who are trying to abuse AI and use deepfake and other kind of algorithms to bring non-realistic or malicious kind of AI outcomes. I expect to see here maybe sort of similar to cybersecurity, but in AI, algorithms and people, specialists on defending people and protecting them from those bad AI kind of sources. Similar to the internet, when internet came, there's people trying to attack and hijack and get those informations. There are solutions that came to defend people's privacy and their and keep their browsing and using of internet safe. So I think similarly is going to happen in AI. There will be sort of security and kind of defense layer that will be added and will be introduced to the market. Some people say that we will need more programmers and machine learning engineers. Yes, that's true. Today, this is one of the biggest challenges in the world. How many machine learning engineers, AI, data, and ML ops are available? This is very scarce resource. We will need more people working in these kind of domains, in technology. We'll need people to work on AI ethics and in AI, maybe law. That is another domain of that will open up. So maybe, I don't know if this answers your question to what extent, but these are the things I can think of, and I leave it to the other panelists here to add to this.
Quick and sweet, let's say.
Yeah, just to add, one of the really upcoming degrees is degree in data science. So a lot of companies are struggling to do it. It's not easy to transform from being used to how you work to working in a different manner. So of course, so much help will do that. The other thing I want to mention, of course, whenever something new comes, there will always be worries. That's the nature of humans. But if you look at global output, the output is just increasing. The problem is the distribution of this output, honestly, more than the output itself. If you can do the same thing in 1 hour now, and it used to take you 5 hours, say 5 years ago, that's not a problem. That's a good thing. So we see it as more of an opportunity than anything else. Other jobs that are also really upcoming is, I saw statistics on game developers. So globally, there were 500,000 game developers a decade ago. Now the number is more than 10 million. So the research in AI is another hot one. So we'll probably have more academics, more people in biotech industry trying to automate certain things that can be automated. So I think that the future is brighter than ever, and it's a really, really exciting time to invest in AI.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks you for listening. Thank Dr. Haidar. I really appreciate for the very good interaction and talking. Thank you, Mujahid. I really appreciate your attendance. Tariq, thank you very much. Mukesh, thank you. Maad, thank you very much. And also Sagil, I really appreciate it. Thank you very much to all of you, and hope to see you soon, inshallah, in the coming future.
Thank you to this esteemed list of panelists. A lot of enriching knowledge has been shared. Now a group photo, and then after this group photo, we will move into very interesting sessions. We will have a 10-minute break. So it's 12:05 now. If we're all back here at 12:15 to start once again, we will have an interesting one by Mohammed Swaidan, who is with 23 years of experience as someone in the tech industry, and he is the CEO of Innovatech. So we'll be having that coming up next after this group photo, and then a break of 10 minutes. And we also have a very engaging panel discussion that will be headed after that. Thank you very much. You are now allowed for a break of 10 minutes. We should be back here in the hall to continue at 12:15. Well, it's good afternoon, everyone. We still have engaging sessions. We'll be starting off with a panel discussion, which is very interesting. It's about driving sustainability through digital innovation, specifically in power, energy, and water sectors. So if you would call in your friends, your colleagues at work to come in, as we will be starting in about 2 minutes with this panel discussion. So we've heard the bell, we've agreed together that we should be in at 12:15, but some people may seem a bit hungry. So we'll give them the pleasure of 2 minutes, and then they have to be in, because we will have a delicious lunch at the end for all of you, and we would love to have your company for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been asked to proceed with the panel discussion that is titled Driving Sustainability Through Digital Innovation in Power, Energy, and Water Sectors. So in this vital conversation, industry experts will explore how digital innovations are transforming these critical sectors, which are power, energy, and water, and promoting sustainable practices, and also addressing the challenges we face in the pursuit of this advanced future. So our first panelist within this panel discussion is Mr. Saoud Al-Zakwani, who's the head of data science at PDO, Petroleum Development Oman. He is an artificial intelligence practitioner who has worked on major advancements of the organization's digital ambition to reach with them to different leads. And he also leads a corporate processes automation and technology incubation program. His interest lies in in-country value automation, machine learning, deep learning, and also computer vision. Welcome, Mr. Saoud. Thank you very much. Moving on to our next panelist, who is Mr. Osama Al-Aisari, the IT or the Associate IT Specialist at Dalil Petroleum. Since September 2022, Mr. Osama has been a key player in the IM and T portfolio planning And also he has conducted critical studies on IT investments and also solutions competitiveness. He has performed benefit realization assessments, contributed to the annual budget planning, and played a vital and pivotal role in developing digital transformation strategies aligned with business objectives. Additionally, also Mr. Osama has acted in a project assurance capacity for high-profile projects and has reviewed IT technical scopes to ensure alignment of these scopes with portfolio goals. So welcome once again to Mr. Osama. Our next, you can have a seat. Yeah, you can have a seat, thank you. Our next panelist is Mr. Mahendran Sinapati, who's the head of municipal water services at Veolia. He has over 25 years of experience in industrial project management, and he oversees desalination and reserve osmosis plants across the Sultanate of Oman, ensuring sustainable water supply and implementing innovative technologies. So Mr. Mahendran manages the Sur desalination plant, which produces over 131,000 cubic meters of solar-powered water on a daily basis. His initiatives in energy conservation is AI and AI-driven predictive maintenance have significantly enhanced operational efficiency. So welcoming once again Mr. Mahendran. And before we call upon Mr. Alvin Thomas, we do have an addition to this engaging panel discussion, who is Mr. Mohammed Swaidan, a visionary leader with over 23 years of experience in the tech industry, and he is the COO of Innovatech. And Mr. Mohammed excels in driving strategic operations and initiatives that enhance business performance through digital transformation. So it's all about digital transformation with Mr. Mohammed. And now we would like to call on our moderator of this panel, who is Alvin Thomas. Alvin?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So today is a very special day. I have 4 phenomenal panelists here with me. But before I jump into the questions, let me just give us, or set the tone a little bit. You know, there is a quote that I read, and actually weirdly, it's by somebody named Alvin as well. The great growling engine of change, technology. And today we are here to witness just how loud and powerful this technology has become. We stand at the crossroads of 2 revolutions, digital transformation and artificial intelligence. These forces are no longer just concepts. They are reshaping the very foundation of industries that keep our world moving together. Now, power, water, and energy are actually on the forefront of this. And all of you here represent that in a big way. Now, imagine a world where AI predicts energy demands with pinpoint accuracy, where smart grids respond in real time. Water systems are optimized down to the drop, all without human intervention. It's a bit scary, but it's a reality that could be in the making right now. So the future isn't far off, it's happening right now. Today we are privileged to have a group of leaders who are not just witnessing the transformation, but are actively shaping it. And I'm actually proud to say that Saud was one of the pioneering panelists who we had in the first edition of DX. And I remember that I started the panel discussion by asking how long it would be before I was replaced by an AI bot. And strangely enough, 3 years into that, now us being in the 4th year, I could very well be replaced by that. Isn't it right, South?
Not you, specifically.
No, but we've come a long way, though. 4 years seems like 40 years have changed. So what are some of the most transformative things that you've seen since the AI revolution?
First of all, assalamu alaikum, everyone, and it's a privilege to be here. I thank the event organizers for this opportunity. The one thing that I actually could think about a technology that has taken us all into the AI space per se is none other than ChatGPT. So when it comes to actual transformation and revolution, I would state ChatGPT being one of the most significant adoption that our world has seen of today. And it's not only based on how we use it, but it's also its simplicity and its capability of addressing one of the most challenging complexities in AI. For most of us, if not, we understand AI is not as easy to implement based on its scalability. So if you are implementing AI based on a specific proof of concept, it's not that very difficult. But scaling that from proof of concept to generalized population, that's where the complexity arises. ChatGPT managed within a few overnight, as we've had, take us by storm. So you could actually literally ask it anything, mathematics, philosophy, law, and it will respond. And if you understand its simplicity, it's because it only solves one problem. ChatGPT's transformation is based on its ability to predict the next word. That is it. It builds up context based on the minute you ask it a question, it predicts the first word, uses the first word to predict the second word, uses these two words and builds up your essay, your paragraph, your email response. So to answer your question, I would choose ChatGPT any day of the week.
No, that's very interesting you say that, because I actually have to now direct my question to Veolia and Representative Mr. Mahendran. You spoke of having a closed GPT model for some predictive analysis. Now, how are you going to build on this to create the future of water technology?
So let me start with Veolia. What is Veolia? Veolia is a world leader in...
Hold the mic.
Veolia is world leader in providing essential services. We are experts in designing and providing solutions for water, waste, and energy management. So we operate in more than 60 countries. That means we have a lot of plants all around the world, which has the data in it. So what we have done is that, first thing we have done is we have shifted this data to the cloud-based solutions. From the site, it has been moved to the cloud. After that, we start working, our group experts starts working on that. The first, we start to see the people start using ChatGPT, open ChatGPT, which sometimes can bring good answers, sometimes can bring unverified answers. That is why our group came out with a solution called Veolia Secure GPT, where the Veolia's database is embedded to that. It's a controlled environment. When we ask for something, it is bringing the verified source of data. So this is one of the things that is happening in Veolia.
No, that's great. I just want to direct the next question, with your permission, to Osama here. Your colleague spoke a lot about the digital transformation journey of Dalil Petroleum. It's phenomenal. We have to agree that. Now, how are you, as Dalil Petroleum, actually implementing generative AI into your mix? Because it's a very legacy-based model, the oil and gas industry. So implementing such technologies is definitely going to have some sort of pushback. Well, we've gone past that, as you can see here with PDO, but what are some of the technologies that you're implementing now?
Yeah, so if we're talking about AI specifically, we can talk about a few implementations that are either in the pipeline or being implemented, or live. One of them is, for example, an AI-based solution that does the oil production forecasting, right? Previously, the previous analysis or the previous practice of doing, manual forecasting took an approximate, 2 to 3, let's say, months, give or take, to accomplish from, gathering requirements, getting the data sanitization, all of those things, up to getting a prediction of, or a forecast, let's say, of what you have in your reservoir currently. An AI tool or an AI-based software that we've implemented has cut down that time from 2 to 3 months all the way to 1 to 2 weeks maximum, right? So given that chance of optimization and efficiency in work itself is what's leading us, right? That's what's motivating us and motivating, I think, every business and every organization on how to proceed forward with this. So that's one example, basically, of AI that's possible.
Okay. Now, Mohammed, you come with decades of experience under your belt. And I have to actually ask you, because you've seen the growth of several companies here. You've actually been at the helm of Innovatech here. You have been contracting with companies such as the PDO and even beyond, companies. So how have you seen these operational efficiencies coming together to create a good business model for you?
Okay, thank you for having us first. So I echo actually what Saud was saying is actually when you talk about transformation, it's about really the integration of the people and process and technology across the organization. So even AI and machine learning are great tools to have, or maybe great enablement for you to have an insight-driven decision making, I would say, either on an individual level or a corporate level. But what we've realized is actually the problem with digital transformation in general is actually the user adoption. So when people adopt technologies and actually uses that, again, to what my colleague from Dalil said, is like the efficiency of that decision making is very important. So in a nutshell, actually, you need to connect the business strategy, the values that you are actually to drive, either an individual on a personal level or on an organization level, and make sure that these are actually connected to your digital transformation initiatives, be it that overcomes the data challenges, the technology limitations, the security issues that are actually enabled. So what we do actually in organizations, especially like PDO, is really we integrate the assets together to increase the opportunity of optimization and make sure that you lower the risk of any opportunities that you might lose, and make sure that you actually capture the predict the opportunities that can actually enhance your efficiency at the organization.
It's quite important that you raised the two key words, which is accuracy and efficiency, and data challenges. Now, Saud, what do you think are some of the data challenges that are actually surrounding this sector, these three sectors that we're talking about here? Is it a part of the accuracy of the data, or is it the history of the data, or is it actually access to the data?
I think one of the challenges in data itself is awareness. A lot of the business, I would say, would quantify and qualify data based on volume. That is it. They would classify a use case and they will always say, we have data. We have so much data, we have big data. And at times, the volume of data is not the complexity you're solving. There is variety. That data itself could be images, could be videos. Try implementing computer vision on a CCTV camera. It's not plug and play. There's also velocity. Some of the complexities are not something that you cannot solve it, but it's when you can solve it. A very good example was on Dalil. If you are predicting the forecast of the next 12 hours, that's valuable. But if your forecast prediction takes 12 hours to tell you, then that's not forecasting anything. It's actually telling you historically if it was right or not. So velocity also becomes a big player. Data challenges are areas where I always consider a place to start with, even before you actually quantify the return on investment of your use case. 80 to 90% of AI fails because data is not at the stage that it has to be. And I'll explain which staging criteria that you have to look into data. For you to be able to implement AI, you have to have data that can translate to your reality. If your data does not translate to your reality, then your AI would not be as valuable to you as you're looking forward for.
No, I agree with this. And actually, Ms. Mahendra, I wanted to raise the same question with you. It's very hard to quantify digital transformation or artificial intelligence at this point because, we may introduce some form of generative AI to our mix, but actually quantifying the success through ROI is quite difficult. Do you feel this is the case?
Yeah, we do involve AI processes, algorithms in our process today because we send the data to the cloud. It uses certain algorithms to predict what is the actual state of the operations. Is it room for improvements? It all says good, but on one data. Now, if we have to take a set of data, another set of data, but in a different format, like pictures or even in Excel, it can be different format. This algorithm is not working. So this is where group is coming out with the initiative called Generative AI, which has the capacity to read and process different format of data. It breaks the silos. This is what we are expecting now. It is still in the initial stages. If it comes out very well, it makes a lot of magics for us, because we have a lot of volumes of data which is still untapped, because it's all in a different format.
So I actually want to extend this question to you. Do you at this stage quantify or show ROI on your AI implementation? And with you after this, I would just like to check if this is the right way forward. If it is right to look at putting an ROI, and we have this many years to bring back the amount of money that we've invested. Is it right to look at it right now, or is this properly for the future? So I can just start with you.
Yeah. So if we're talking about ROI or benefit realization or whatever we may call it, it's important to point out two things. First of all is, during implementation, what are the objectives that you're trying to achieve, right? And based on that, you can base your ROI study or benefit realization study on it. Once you have that figured out, then you need to understand, first of all, tangible, non-tangible benefits and how to quantify them, how to give them money value, basically. Upon doing that, you'll be able to understand, first of all, from the first year, are there going to be any benefits? Some tools, some solutions, and some processes, actually, might get you the benefits straight away, right? Right from the start. Some of them might take time, either for the business to break even and then get on the positive side of the return. Sometimes it may take longer. But nonetheless, it's always good to highlight certain checkpoints or gate points to where you can conduct your studies and make sure that you're going on the right track with this investment. Sorry.
Just extending this question to you as well.
So, yeah, indeed, actually, you have to define the objectives of the use case or the ROI that you are trying to do. So return on investment is basically like, when you calculate that return, there are multiple flavors, I would say, to calculate that return. One of them is actually the monetary value, or the value realized by the organization, be it a saving of time or actually increasing production and efficiency. And most of the time, these use cases, we believe in our experience, and my experience, is that the problem with building a use case with a very specific ROI without having the continuous improvement and sustainability element with it is always a set for failure. So if you say, like, if I'm introducing, let's say, for oil and gas, an extra 5% production out of this technology, and I fail into this, that's not a failure. That's a milestone to what you are achieving. So when you calculate the ROI, you need to do the sensitivity analysis of, like, what are the areas where we can do. And to do that, you need to have an optimization on the business process that is in place. You need to take into consideration people adoption issues, or the change management aspect of those things. And I think, again, the regulatory compliances, the data quality, the data freshness, the data availability. Most of the organizations that we work with, especially in the oil and gas, they have these integrity level issues. It's like, I have to make sure that I produce this much, but I'm not producing that. And again, to your point is, like, it's not very clear defined, because it's driven maybe by politics or by the government.
Yes, so I always say the exercise on return of investment is more of an art than science itself. And especially when it comes to AI. A lot of times, and I say we because I was part of it and I'm trying to change and transform towards the better, we always look at technology adoption, specifically AI, as something that would add efficiency. And many times it doesn't have efficiencies. When you're looking at your return of investment and you're looking at your success criteria based on what is the efficiency you're going to add, you'll always look at a baseline of what you're doing and how much will that give you. What we end up failing is addressing the coin of growth. And he mentioned it very well. A lot of times AI comes and builds up your business model to venture into new areas to give you 5% of production. But if you're looking at your operation, maybe nothing much changed. And I'll give you a very good example. In computer vision is one of a quite complex area. If you look at computer vision and you want to coin return on investment, you potentially have two options. One is you recruit an army with major screens and they look at your operations and then they try to identify if there's anything that you want them to identify. Or you adopt AI. AI's ability, it can easily be scaled. Instead of having 10, 15, 20 employees looking at their screens, AI could literally help one or two. Where the challenge comes in is, since we did not invest in these 20 people, we tend to fail to categorize AI's capacity of replacing the 20 people. It was never an investment in the first place, so we don't look at it as a growth. So the minute we start looking at three-tier approach, growth in AI, efficiency, which is mostly sustainability, and at the end, I don't consider failure, I always consider learning out of the experience. That's a very good criteria to look into return of investment.
Actually, it's important you said the three pillars, but where does governance fit into this whole process?
Ouch. To me? Yeah, the difficult ones, yeah. Now, it's, if you look at the three-tier approach in technology, we have a very basic model of automation, and we've discussed about RPA, and it's practically from your Excel macros to RPA and your process A to Z, and you can actually let the computer do it for you. But what it lacks is learning. If you go with an if statement, that if statement will be static for generations. The second tier is augmentation, and that's exactly where we are currently. Augmentation is where machine learns, tells you insights for you to take the decisions. So that's a very good area that you can actually optimize. And the last tier is where the scary part is autonomy. Autonomy is where the machine not only looks into insight, but actually takes decisions. And I'll give you an example. ChatGPT, as much fancy as it is, it's not autonomous. It will only be autonomous if it's actually booking your spa activities, sending emails automatically, maintaining your schedule. That's autonomy. ChatGPT is augmentation. Autonomy is when you have a car that goes and picks up your grocery, brings it back while you're asleep. That's autonomy. And autonomy, governing autonomy is something very, very challenging. In PDO, our governance rules are very simple. AI will not take decisions for us. We will take decisions ourselves, so accountability still lies on us. AI is an enabler. It gives us the insight. It tries to help us on areas that we're actually working on efficiency. But the last person who presses the button, shuts down the well, or opens a valve is always going to be a decision based on a human influence, as of today.
No, that's very powerful. Actually, Mr. Mahindran, I have to ask you this, because I was in conversation with some of your team members, your colleagues, and they were talking about actually reducing SPC eventually, like, you know, the output per kilowatt hour should increase, so the kilowatt hour should decrease. So how are you going to look at actually a sustainable model using technology such as this to bring that in effect?
Yeah, that's what I said. As Mr. South said, if you are going to use this technology for efficiency purpose, it can work, because we are not going for an automation system. It's just we are sending the data to the cloud, and from there we have developed our own model of processing the data analytics.
So it's an ever-learning process, you say.
Which is coming back to us as a dashboard, telling us you have room for improvement on this. And being sitting in Oman, I can compare the plant that is running in France or elsewhere at what efficiency is running, so that the discussion can happen. And the enabler is always at our side. We have to take some actions. Maybe we need to employ more sensors, etc. But the decision is not taken by the system. It is taken by us. But it's just giving us a better picture of what is happening in the plant. So the SPC, if we are to, definitely we can find room for improvement. And we are reducing SPC means, Veolia's goal is what? Is an ecological, you only want to be world leader in ecological transformation, that is reducing water consumption here, reducing CO2. All these are all part of our global missions. So yeah, SPC, we, for example, within the 3 RO plants that we run here, that is Barka, Sur and Sarala, the SPC is not the same. So we'll start to learn from each other, and sometimes it is not just the design, sometimes the process input is so complex that we need to do some more analytics before we take decisions. And this is where it is helping us.
No, I respect that. I'm very impressed by the fact that, you're talking about this. But, this again underlines the fact that this is an ecosystem where all channels, like, from the production phase all the way to the utilization phase, everybody has to be in unity, right? And I don't think your end consumers, who you may not be looking at directly, but still, your end consumers are not as digitally transformed as you are. So is this still a sustainable model for you to implement, do a trial run, and then eventually boil down to the public? What do you think?
Right. So this is a kind of a tricky question, but to answer you, sorry. Sometimes, well, first of all, you have 2 aspects, right, of benefits, let's say, from my point of view at least. You have the benefits that will touch you personally, or touch you as an implementer or as a business. Then there are aspects that touch the customer directly, right? Focusing on, sorry. So focusing on the transformation and the enhancements and the optimization and the efficiency of your internal processes will always aid you into fine-tuning and finishing the other one easily. Rather than going to the customer directly or to the end user directly and presenting a solution or showcasing some sort of solution without the appropriate foundations that you guys have, will kind of be counterproductive, sorry.
Your thoughts on this?
Can you elaborate more?
No, so just talking about it from an end consumer perspective, because Mr. Mahendran talked about efficiencies within their company, their organization. You've been working with massive organizations across the globe. Maybe we're not in a position to answer it from a ground level, but from an umbrella view, do you think that the end consumers have to be benefiting from this as well, or they should be contributing to this as well? And if so, how is the governance aspect going to be important for it?
So I think one of the important elements in governing any actually transformation is basically to have the two-way, the channel actually open. So you need to hear the voice of the customer, like what are the areas that they are, which is the user experience, I would say, defining that, which is these days with the AI and all these technologies is becoming very difficult because the need is very high. That's one. And the other thing is actually to have the right stakeholders, either from the organization, the people who drives this, or the government itself. Because look, that journey of learning, digital transformation, I hate to say digital transformation too much. It's really business transformation or people transformation through digital. So digital is a tool. So what you need to know is like there is a room of mistake or a room of error that should be actually granted for the user and for the governor to make sure that, yes, this is an acceptable area. And that's where the planning comes. When you actually go into a huge transformation, you don't go with big bangs. You go with actually really gradual and sustainable steps, baby steps, if you can call them, and then you complicate as necessary, where it enables you, where the data comes very well. So governance is very, very important to identify the stakeholders and really give the room for the user to actually do some mistakes. I'll give you just like, I'll elaborate a little bit more on that. On PDO, for example, back in 2000, maybe 13 or 12, when we had like this Nebraska transformation, which is doing actually a data-driven decision-making, we failed. We came actually with one of the entities saying, yes, this is actually generating a huge value to PDO. Then we thought it's going to be a snowball effect. So everybody's going to actually talk about this. When you realize that after this, the end user, the user experience is not exactly what you have designed within the organization, we had only 30 users in the system. Just when we came back to the user and we gave them some room, we simplified the experience and we showed them the milestones, they started actually adopting to the technology and using the technology for their benefit and what's in it for me. And within only 5 months, we grew from like 30 people to 350 people because people started to become your champions. So that's the areas, like you cannot just punish people for mistakes. You can just like actually enable them and listen to them, what's in it. And then that's how actually governance works together. It's a two-way communication.
So is it a case of the right technology at the wrong time back then, 2013?
Sorry?
So was it a case of the right technology at the wrong time?
No, it was the right technology at the right time, but it was the wrong change management approach. It's like when you go to the people and tell them, look, this is what the ministry is saying, this is what are I'll give you maybe a more relevant example, maybe people can relate to that. When you go to a petroleum engineer, for example, and you tell him, look, I need you to fill all this information to make sure that we report the right asset integrity level. He comes to you and tells you, and literally in these words, is like, you're making my life miserable. You're just like looking into the experts, what they are saying, and you're not enabling me to do my job. His Majesty actually assigned me to produce, literally these are the words, to produce oil. So you're coming actually and preventing me from doing that. That's the perception of like how this transformation is going there. Why? Because we've done the mistake. Is actually we went to the experts and we took all these nice, I would say, triggers for those, let's say, certain wells, and we said we need those 12. But in reality, that person or that asset manager looks at 2 or 3 things. That's what wakes him or her up at night. So what you need to do is actually to match those, to match that user experience with the right governance and give some room to the people to adapt. Because you cannot just move in. We mentioned that in the ROI, and you elaborated also this very well. Is like, if I don't actually put the leading indicators for my goal, and I just live on lagging indicators, that's where many of the technology or transformation fails, right? Because you're just looking at the lagging indicator. Lagging indicator is basically a result. So I need to look at the leading indicator where the opportunity lies, really. That might be increasing the lagging indicator or even reducing it, but looking at it from different angle. So I think, look, governance is very important, and it needs to be the right stakeholders, and in that stakeholder is not just like the customer or the end user is one of the stakeholders. He is your go-to person.
Now, you actually opened up a new avenue, which is change management. So where does it begin, Saud, and where does it take you? But where should it begin?
So rightfully said, change management was a very significant challenge on the introduction to NIBRAS. I remember the saying goes, we do have the right technology, I don't understand why they're not using it. In any project that you do, technology or non-technology, change management has to be embedded in the technology from the start and also after adoption. So after adoption does not mean, okay, we're done with change management. And I always look at it as you either do change management or you become change manager. Each and every one, as part of the parcel of the project team, has to have an element on change management themselves. We do recruit change management specialists, which are supporting and expediting the process. However, if we do not preach and practice at the same time, all of us, then the change managers also are not going to be sufficient. And I'll give an example of what we have changed specifically in my department. 100% of my projects are actually done in Agile. And Agile allows you to fail fast, but significantly improves change management. Agile will actually dictate that your team is not IT or digital only, but has to have a business as part and parcel of it. We have a product owner who steers us. We could be building a car and land with a bicycle, but at the end of the day, we do have a bicycle. Long time ago, traditional waterfall, you'll build a car, you land out with nothing. So change management starts before the project starts. After adoption, change management still exists. I also wanted to share this story when he was talking about we also have this misconception of Now it's the digital era, so we have to do digital. We have to look at ChatGPT, generative AI, implement use case. Fantastic. Prediction, implement. The more you implement does not mean you're digitally transforming. And there are two major differences between a company. There's a company which is doing digital, and then there's a company which is becoming digital. Digital transformation dictates that your company has a DNA in digital. We believe PDO, while we might not be very advanced in doing digital, but we're very carefully when it comes to digital transformation. The story I wanted to share is a company which a colleague of mine out of Oman shared that they had actually implemented a predictive model in AI. They had a lot of contractors, and the inefficiency was just taking out a lot of their capex in the company itself. Every contractor knew they were transforming, and they were paying quite a lot of a big budget for the AI model. So what the contractors never knew was we failed miserably. The predictive model could not predict even 50%. Every alert did not make sense, but for some reason or the other, business started improving. 6-8 months, they were doing way better than what they were doing before. And when they actually looked into the business as what has changed, it was practically the contractors changed their mindset that everything we do now, there's an AI which is going to validate, so let's make sure that we do it at the best what we can. And you might fail in AI, but awareness is a very important element. I don't want to dwell into this, but also another misconception in technology is our lack of really defining and understanding these technical terms: artificial intelligence, digital transformation, blockchain. You hear blockchain, everyone goes, Bitcoin. No. Bitcoin is a product of blockchain. Do try to understand what blockchain is. Digital twin. Some companies are, okay, we are going to implement the first digital twin ever. The company has implemented digital twin 10 years ago. The company does not know that they have been implemented. So definition, awareness is also part and parcel of the efficiency that it brings.
No, actually, that's a good question. And I just want to ask Mr. Mahendran, how much the accountability increased once AI has started taking over systems in place? Like you mentioned, used case, like accountability of people have increased. So has that been the case for you, or?
You mean accountability in terms of?
In terms of more data coming in terms of more reporting and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it gathers not only the inputs from the process, it also makes the people, for example, let me share one example. There is something called Factor we use in our plant. This is a Veolia developed tool for recording the process, shift process requirements, like a log sheets. So now, what is happening? If there are 10 operators, each operator is not doing the same kind of level of recording before. Now with this kind of standardized approach, he is becoming more accountable to input all these data properly. And over the period, it gives that this person is, how effective is entering the data, etc. So even the data is getting quite standardized format. Plus the plant operation also becoming better because the approach is quite standard here. So it depends on...
Okay, so accountability, efficiency sort of falls into place eventually. What are your thoughts on change management? I want to just rewind a little bit.
No worries. So probably when I talk about change management, I'll talk about it from my point of view as a portfolio team. First of all, change starts from the customers of the business, right? The end users of the product. From there, you'll gather the requirements, you'll understand what exactly they're looking for. From that, you'll also align with the company direction. That's another thing. That's a prerequisite to change management, right? Assessing it. By understanding what's the direction, what's the strategy, either if you have a digital strategy in place or a business direction, mission, vision, and values, whatever it may be. By aligning with that, then you'll understand that, okay, the potential of this being adopted and the potential of this being embraced by the team is much more significant than going by it just randomly, right? So ensuring proper change management in those senses will give you a better probability or a better chance in ensuring that your investment as a management or as an organization is at least it stands a chance, or stands a chance basically in being successful. Yeah. But change management is quite important to be done strategically and structured, or in a structured manner.
No, but business strategy is definitely important, right? So how is business strategy going to evolve in the coming years? I just want all of your thoughts on this. Let's say in the next 5 years, how is business strategy going to look?
So I think business, since many years, and especially with the, I would say, enormous fast speed of the technology that is actually changing, it needs to have digitalization in the business. And digitalization, I agree with you, is like people sometimes think digitalization is moving from, let's say, a paperwork process to a workflow. That's part of digitalization. It's not really like digitalization. You need to be ready to do that. So moving from a business process where you need to look into optimizing the process, looking into how to connect the right data to the right place. Yes, I think the business owners or people, look at the oil and gas, which we are maybe specialized in. They're looking into energy, green energy, decarbonization, and all of that. In order to do that, you need to have a sustainable business as you speak. And to do that transformation very quickly, you will rely a lot on technology. And I agree with what we are saying. So people are afraid of AI, saying AI will change people's jobs. It will change people's jobs, will not let them actually lose their jobs unless they are behind. So one of the most important elements, actually, the human factor into all of this process, is one of the things that we do usually in most of our clients is actually we have a human-guided workflows. So where you actually have a workflow that is being automated, but it needs to be cross-verified, either through AI or actually cross-verified by a human. Because it's not just the human to give the go-ahead because of bureaucracy. It's because the human might see things that the AI is not learning yet, or the machine learning is not ready for that. We do have optimization solutions. So in my opinion, to cut a long story short, any organization, any government that doesn't have actually digitalization within actually their plan or their vision, they will stay behind. They will not be actually able to continue with that change that is happening, which creates an opportunity actually for ICV, for many other things.
Okay. Your thoughts, Mahendra?
Yeah, in terms of, Veolia is a 170-year history company. So it's almost 2 centuries now. It's been still a world leader in water sector and waste management sectors. That means that the company is evolving with the changing ambience. If the changes is happening, so do we. Today, we are talking about artificial intelligence, generative AI, all those stuff. So if we don't adapt, we might lose the opportunity of tapping the value from our data. Okay? So where it will take us, so far it is giving a better results because previously in our desalination process, the RO is the core process. The membranes inside the RO is the key. To monitor the performance of the membrane, an expert has to download the data in a monthly wise, look at what is happening in the membrane, then act on that. But today it is not like that. We clicking one button, the dashboard comes and say on a real-time data, it is telling the status of the membrane. So far it is giving us excellent results. We hope that generative AI will break our silos within our group to bring more value to us. Let's see how it goes.
Sound very quickly. If you...
Yeah, so I will take you to different levels, and it's quite important. So as an individual, before even we come to the organization, and I will also touch on the national approach, as an individual, technology, AI is quite important for us as individuals. I always say this, don't worry that AI will take your jobs. Be worried that people who use AI are going to take your jobs. People who use AI can write emails faster. They have AI is working for them. They need to validate, govern, and they are probably way more efficient than if you're not using AI. When it comes to the business, it's exactly the same. To stay competitive, you have to adopt technologies per se. AI is what we have seen traditionally, but with an exponential value if you succeed. In business strategy, as per the question, if you're not going to look at technology into your business, you are going to have a business strategy which is very traditional, meaning I want to be the best from a vision perspective. I want to be the best in Oman. You don't have technology, but you have an e-commerce platform. It's not nationally anymore. I want to be the best in the world. The technology is there. I want to raise 100 million revenue. You have 50 people. It's impossible with 50 people on a traditional way to have that much revenue. But in a software landscape, that's possible. And when you come to a national level, most of us have seen the GDP. Our ambition on how we can actually attain more GDP on the digital economy. And let me be very relative to this. If ChatGPT was invented in Oman, ChatGPT, only Microsoft contribution, and Microsoft did not buy 100% equity. The 10 billion Microsoft put in ChatGPT is equivalent to 10% of our GDP. That's one AI tool, and that's what transformation means. That's why we're Vision 2040, where we are going. If we are not going to start thinking big, it's very difficult to set plans. And if we do set plans, bigger plans, and not think big, we'll be very challenged to meet them.
Osama now, if you may.
Yeah, so speaking about the business strategy in the coming years, perhaps I'll just say one quote that my boss, at least, talks about a lot, which is digital transformation is a journey, not a destination, right? So it's something that's continuously evolving, continuously happening over and over again. You have multiple iterations, multiple advancements. As the technology advances, you're advancing with it. So if we're talking about the business strategy and how it's going to be affected by the digital transformation journey worldwide, then I believe that a certain or shift that you might expect is the presence of digital across all strategies, right? It's become such a disruptive force that it also changes the way people think and do business and operate. So the importance of transforming this business strategy to have one big pillar or one main pillar, that is digital enablement, is going to be present in the next coming years, let alone in the future where it will be basically the main topic of discussion later on.
Well, that's great. I'm being policed for time a bit. But we have some students here from Modern College. Are you there? If you may just raise your hand. Yeah, there are a few in the back, as I can see. Do you have any questions for the panelists? Don't be shy. If you want to have a one-on-one interaction, we can set that up. But any questions from the audience? Otherwise, I have just one last question, and then we can wrap up. Any question from the audience? I don't see any hands. So if I may just take the opportunity to just ask one question. Now, let's say that you are pitching, and I'll just start with Osama here. If you're pitching to your CTO or the CEO a new technology, what would be the right way forward? How would you pitch this?
Right.
And it's 30-second pitch.
Yeah, sure thing. First of all, so I'll not be pitching it directly because I haven't prepared anything as of now. However, when you pitch to the management, it's very important to understand their language, right? Never speak in your language. So don't talk about a technology that has this feature set, and that feature set. Usually talk about the business processes, the people, the culture, and how that's affected. Present numbers, basically. So if I'm going to pitch an AI tool, for example, right now, can I start the 30 seconds now? Just out of something.
Please carry on.
All right. Yeah. So presenting this tool, and upon conducting multiple research, I have seen, or it's seen, that this tool will have a contribution of, or an optimization factor of 20% of our budget comparing to duplicate solutions that do this, as well as enhancing the, or having a further optimization factor in the work processes of the employees, reducing the reducing the business process duration or track time from 1 hour to 5 minutes. Or another thing you can talk about also is about reduction of potential downtimes in predictive AI, predictive maintenance and AI in predictive maintenance. You talk about figures, you talk about numbers, statistics. That's what captures people's attention.
What about you, sir? 30
Yes,
seconds.
I'll take Mohammed's statement, and this is the actual fabrics we actually function in with PDO. We're focused on business transformation, digital becoming an enabler for us. And as part of our culture, and I can assure it, although I'm coming from the digital background, we rarely pitch technology. Most of our conversation is what is the problem and how much are we going to get if we fix it and how we fix it, but not what fixes it. As long as it's fixed, the higher you climb into the management ladder, it's not important as Excel did the job or ChatGPT did the job. There's something which actually did the job, and we have subject matter experts who have chosen wisely what the technology did the job. As long as the job is done and we can see the value at the end of the tunnel, that's very important. And just a one-line statement is, the minute you let technology drive you, you're becoming a technology company. We are not a technology company. For us, use cases are based on the problems or the gaps that we actually see a very good efficiency we can cover, and technology becomes an enabler to cover those efficiency. So my pitch will always stay the same. This is the problem that we're losing $20 million, and we need to look into it. There are a couple of options. Can we invest wisely into being able to cover this gap?
Mr. Mahendran?
Yeah, it all starts with the need. Do we need it? Okay, is it going to overcome some weaknesses? And if it is going to collect some data, put some numbers, if possible, quantitative analysis, discuss with the experts, is it going to work out? Or it's going to, if let's say this car is there, it's going to give a comfort in traveling, but there's also risk behind it if you don't know how to drive it. So it all depends on risk assessment, needs, and all these things. When we put all these in a structure, and if it is convincing that it is going to give benefit, of course we can go.
Mr. Mohammed, how would you pitch it to yourself, because I assume people pitch it to you.
Yeah, I've been pitching a lot of those in my career. So, look, I think that's what they call it a spin. So what you need to do when you do transformation is actually define the situation with the client, and that's where what the gentlemen were saying is like the need, the business need, the requirement, the opportunity. Then you need to look into the implications of that decision. So because, again, there are risks associated with that, there are opportunities coming up with that you might not be actually taking into consideration. And then you actually start with that problem statement, you specify it, you create the implicit needs, I would say. Then I think the decision usually is taken when the need becomes explicit. It's like when you see the reality and you see the pain that you might lose or the bright future that you might do. It's very, very important to define that objective at the beginning and make sure that you actually put all the indicators that leads you to there. And as most of us actually were talking about is actually you need to put the right timelines and the right stakeholders to that and make sure that failure is part of the process. So the agility that you were talking about is like, yeah, you need to lose fast and actually change direction. And if you look into this, how I pitch it is actually, as I said, we need to define the situation, envision the future, envision the ideal state that you want to do, and actually define the good state, not the ideal state, just like where I'm going. So if I see myself going there, then yes, I'm actually on the right track. If not, there's no harm to say, yes, I'm stopping over here, I'm changing my direction.
Perfect. That was very insightful. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your time.
Alvin, I just want to ask a question.
Yeah.
Mr. South, interesting point you mentioned that the investment that Microsoft has made in ChatGPT is almost 10% of Oman's GDP. When you look at from a country-specific point of view, think frontier technologies will increase the gap between developed and developing countries, or is going to minimize the gap?
The last part of your question, technologies will increase the gap or reduce the gap?
There is a parity, right? There's a disparity, let's just put it. Like, you said that, if ChatGPT was invented or, put in place in Oman, it's actually a very good question. Would it have received the same traction that it would have, if it's coming from outside? But at the same time, the question goes a little bit deeper. I feel that is this going to keep the developing countries at the helm of the developed countries? Although I did hear today that they were making a $5 billion loss. Yeah, I was just...
It's Amazon, McDonald's, they've been making losses for what, 2-3 decades? It's the, what you call, some companies are not there to make profit, so the losses are not the challenge here. But I totally understand the question. I think what we are changing, and the narrative on digital economy is not only to uplift our GDP, but to also create a foundation for, in future, innovations such as ChatGPT. If they do come out from Oman, how can we cater for them? I agree, at the moment, quite challenging. I don't think there are none, but there are, but the level of how we could support for it to reach ChatGPT-like, that support, I have not seen it nationally yet. However, every effort is going through the same lines to be able to create that pathway for not only future, but the current innovators on how they can actually create billion-dollar companies. And that's the essence of, or the outcome we're looking from the digital economy grounding work. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Actually, it's about the practical aspect of, digitalizing companies and organizations. So what I see normally is that the middle to the lower tier, they are very sort of apprehensive about new technology being introduced or why the company should be adopting it. There is always that reticence and that fear or even skepticism. I wonder how, companies like yours actually sort of, grapple with that question. So the top management and, of course, the digital transformation experts, and as rightly said, it's more about people transformation or efficiency transformation. Digital is just a tool. But somehow, a lot of people in the company do sort of look at it with a lot of skepticism. And how do we sort of grapple with that? Of course, we talked about change management and, to let people know how the outcome would sort of help them, but easier said than done in the practical world. So just your comments and possibly a way forward for us.
So the question to me, right?
No,
you could answer, sir.
But please feel free.
You are absolutely the right person to answer that.
No, because you were looking at me. So I was saying, I think being skeptical about, let's say, deploying a technology, if I get your question correctly, is not a bad thing. It comes with with the opportunity. But you're right. Is actually when you put those look, the thing is, like, when you're skeptical and you don't know why, that's where the problem is. But if you're skeptical and you're aware of, like, yeah, I might be afraid of driving this car because it's too large, to give that example. Or I might be afraid of actually depending on technology to tell me that production, which might impact my safety, my reliability, et cetera, et cetera. That's a good opportunity, actually, to sit with the I would say, the user or the one who's going to use that technology, be it the management or be it, and make sure that those things are actually being captured in your journey. So if you don't do that, then you're actually putting an incalculated risk of that change management, which is not acceptable in many of the organizations. And that's where most of these, I would say, operational transformation fails. But if you put the calculated risk for those, I would say, worries or concerns within the organization or the end user, and make sure you address them, then you identify the need payoff for these guys, which gives you an opportunity to show them how technology is actually taking place and enabling them to take better decisions. I think that's where the area is, like, really analyzing what's the need payoff for these guys.
I can answer the later part of the question. So technology comes at a cost. Investment is not cheap when it comes to AI and digital. So I do see the middle and low tier companies that are making probably 10 million revenue to actually look at 10 million and invest 1 million for the expectation that you'll get a return of 2 or 3 million is quite a big risk. Especially when you fail, your million is gone. So data scientists don't come cheap, AI, machine learning engineers, all of these resources are quite an investment to your company. So a business leader usually looks at it as, do I pursue more business or risk it in technology adoption where I might fail? But when you're a company which is making quite a considerable amount of money, billion, 100 million, investing in 10, 15 million might not be as challenging as the middle and low. That's my perspective on why we're not seeing that evolution.
Any more questions? We have a question there. No? All right. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the panel. We'll be just going ahead for a photo. And after this, we have a wonderful presentation by Mr. Mohammed Swaidan. We're looking forward to this one.
Thank you, Elvin, and the esteemed panelists. You've done an amazing job. People were interacting with you. They enjoyed the session, so thank you for that. And sometimes things going over time means that there's a lot of, interaction, and that is very good. There's a lot of knowledge being shared. Welcome back once again. And we do have 2 more presentations that are very interactive, full of videos that will be coming up next. We'll be starting, as Elvin correctly said, with one of Mr. Mohammed Swaidan, who is a visionary of over 23 years of experience in the tech industry. He's also the COO, and you've seen him in this panel discussion, of Innovatech. And Mr. Mohammed excels in driving strategic operations and initiatives that enhance business performance through digital transformation. He holds a bachelor degree in computer science and information, and he's also very passionate about leveraging technology to tackle different complex business challenges and situations. So prior to Innovatech, he held key leadership and business development roles at regional and multinational organizations, including Microsoft itself, that we were talking about in this panel discussion, where he streamlined operations and fostered digital innovation on both national and global scales. So Mohammed is now preparing for his presentation, as we will clear up the stage for him. So stay tuned for that. Then we also have another very engaging co-hosted presentation after Mohammed. So both are of around 15 minutes in time. So do enjoy the process. Thank you very much. Okay, so Mr. Mohammed, we are ready to have you here on stage, and we do have you ready for your presentation, and that will be an engaging and entertaining one as well for the audience, where they can benefit from it a lot.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome everyone, the remaining ones in the room. So my name is Mohammed Swaidan, and I'm here today actually to share with you a very interesting experience we have had in an organization that was actually established in Oman. Our focus basically is actually on data. So what we do is really give your data a voice, let the organization generate the maximum value of their own data. And our solution called Nibras, which is actually, in Arabic, is a guided light, where it actually shines a light to your data that adds the most value to your organization. So I will start with the video. And again, I'd just like to reiterate, my company name is Innovatech. We're Innovation Technical Solution. We're a 100% Omani company. And my name is Mohammed Swaidan. I'm actually the Chief Operating Officer at this organization. So it will take a second, as we said.
Transformational journey to maximize value from both reservoirs and facilities management by adopting new methodology to streamline its processes and digitalization to proactively manage its assets in new products.
So Nibras developed a solution which is at the heart of previous operational interaction. It offers a digital solution which has transformed this company, allows us to manage our wells, reservoir, and facilities by exception. It is based on new methodology. We are proactively able to actually identify the issues and solve those issues by exception. And it's a completely automated workflow.
In 2018, Nibras became the first PDO innovation to be be successfully commercialized through a newly established Omani company, Innovatech, offering clients a commercial state-of-the-art platform with a focused mission to fast-track clients' digital transformation journeys and help achieve outstanding strategic results.
It's a nerve system video, and it allows us to actually increase our production, actually reduce exposure to HSC because people look for data, and in fact 40% of the wastage that we have in the data is all
The comprehensive, innovative process design covers all functionality needed for asset performance monitoring and management through practical combination of new principles and digitalization concepts executed in an agile way. Service equipment, EBS, Go Digital for reservoir reviews, the integrated opportunity register, and the mobile portal are just the latest examples of how the brand is applying the latest technologies to lead for enhanced WRF family. Such significant operational excellence and business transformation in BDO wouldn't be possible without the close collaboration between user community, lead team, and the brass team.
And what we've done is we basically offered this innovative solution to the industry, to Oman, oil and gas industry, saying that others can also benefit from it as well.
So, yeah, actually a better story than hearing it from the client itself. So that shows like we were born out of PDO. We've did a very interesting digital transformation journey in PDO. And what I'm going to show you in the coming slides is basically the challenges that we were facing and maybe the other challenges that the current industry or digital transformation is facing. And one of them is actually, especially when we talk about AI, machine learning, or data-related transformations, is basically you look at 2022, 2023, 2024, you're talking about trillions of dollars spent in digital transformation. And most of these investments, unfortunately, are wasted investments. 70 to 80% fail to deliver value. 50% of time spent for looking for data and making sure that this data is the right data for decision making. The staff are actually disconnected from working strategy, unsustainable, unscalable, and actually that all comes with the data challenges, which is the availability, the reliability, can I rely on this data, the freshness of this data, and all of that. And most of these projects, even if you go with the most comprehensive, I would say, visualization tools or data analytics tools, you end up in actually many of the organizations using Excel as their actually reporting tool or data integration tool, and you end up in using PowerPoint as your presentation tool, not really the technology. So to look into this, okay, how can we actually overcome that challenge? So how can I make the organization more insight-driven organization or data-driven decision-making and less reliant on people? First of all is actually making sure that you connect the right data with the right insights the right way and to the right person. And how this happens, and actually when you look at the right data, it's basically looking into different systems, different data types or data natures, and make sure that they are integrated with the right insights. So you actually take the right data to the right insight, to the right business process, and actually look into the domains and look into all the complexities that are in place. Plus, and this actually, when you look at data and the analysis, this happens through IT, through digitalization, through technology. A platform like Nebras is doing that, and there are many other platforms that are doing the same thing. However, what is missing is actually how can we connect that with the organization strategy and make sure that it's actually addressing business priorities, understanding the maturity of the organization, and at the same time, making sure the roles and responsibilities are embedded within this transformation. And that's where the other part that we do. So what we do as an organization is actually we connect the two things. It's like the business process optimization and the value prioritization through lean exercises, along with having a one-stop shop as a platform, which is Nebras, and make sure that actually it drives or delivers the insights that actually makes your operations more intelligent. We're 100% Omani company. We're a tech startup. We started back in 2018. We were born out of a digitalization program in PDO. Till date, PDO is using the system. We are actually 100% Omani innovation. The IP, the Nebras, is an Omani product. It is registered as an intellectual property for Oman. The government of Oman invested in our organization because it actually serves the 2040 vision as one of the tech, I would say, organizations that's driving data analytics. We're currently having 3 branches. We have 100 plus talented resources, and we are actually serving almost 11 operating units across the world, including companies like Shell Global, Brunei Shell Petroleum, and some of the other companies in the region. So if you look at what we do is, okay, we've said data needs to be connected, how it's being done. This is a real screenshot of our system. This is actually being used. It has live data. We've just like changed the data because of security. But what you see over here is actually an overall performance of an oil and gas asset. So as an asset manager or a director, when I look at that, I look into my integrity levels, which is on the left of the screen. I look at my wells performance, my reservoir performance, and I look at it as holistic. And what you see in the middle is actually my production data, where I'm actually standing from that production. And at the same time, I look into, let's say, my water injection levels for making sure that I actually all the dots or all the business processes are connected together. And that's real. It's not just like a mock-up. So the solution actually is what we've been discussing maybe in the previous session, is really connecting the company strategy with your transformation as operation. And that actually needs to be done through a technology that is actually translating the digital work and making sure that you have this advanced data analytics insights, you have the guided human workflows, and the management dashboard, so you can see all of that. At the same time, it needs to be fast and agile, which we actually identify as a success criteria for many of our projects. How many users are using the system? Is it actually easy to customize? And most importantly, is it actually built with the BOT approach where we build, operate, and transfer, so you don't get stuck with the technology vendor forever? So our Omani platform, basically, it's called Nebras, as we mentioned, and we really transform data into dollars. We transform data into value, a meaning value for the organization. And the key functionalities, let's say, to highlight is basically the advanced data analytics and the exception-based management that we have built within the technology as an analytics engine. And it actually, the digitalization and automation of workflows and visuals. And at the end of the day is the integration capabilities. Integration is very important, very, very important. I'll give you an example maybe from real life. When you go to a doctor and you say, I have a headache, usually what they do is actually diagnose the overall situation, the real-time data that you have. You have a fever, your blood pressure, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, they look at your history. They will ask you questions like, do your parents have any diseases? Do you have like any chronic disease and all? Why this is important? Because connecting the relational data or the history with the real-time data will actually make the doctor take a better decision to prescribe actually the right medication for your situation. And that's what we do in Nebras. And by the way, it's very important to maybe a little bit illustrate more on this. What we've done in Nebras when we did the analytics engine is we mimicked the human body, the great creation of God on a human body, how the nervous system works. So your nervous system actually talks to your subconscious mind, and actually subconscious mind translates those signals into the conscious mind so you can take decisions. That's exactly what we do. And maybe to illustrate that more, if you are sleeping and something falls down, how do you wake up? That wake-up call that comes and says, it's the subconscious mind is telling you there is a threat. And when you wake up, you can identify this is actually a threat. Is it like a thief entering the house or something like that? Other good example to that is basically when you walk around the house, and most of us have done that, you've hit your small toe in the corner of the bed or the corner of the, let's say, middle table. How do you react to this? You were not conscious about that. Again, it's the same thing. You focus on what matters. That's what exception-based management is all about. We are very proud that we are actually deploying that technology across the world. It's globally recognized, and it's actually at 4 operating units in 3 countries. We are managing thousands of I would say, surface equipments. 10 millions of data points that comes every day to our system. We have 4,000 users using our solution and 10,000 of wells, different types, 12 types. At the same time, actually, all of this is great, and also we're generating a huge value. They were talking about Oman GDP. The 5% extra production that we were generating in PDO, for example, and of course this is increasing because we have other clients, it's equivalent to 1% of Oman GDP. So you're talking about almost $1 billion of return on investment that PDO has done. But actually that was a journey. It didn't start generating that value back in 10 years. For the past maybe 6 or 7 years, we are realizing this value. 3% reduction in CO2 emissions, and I will show you a video at the end as a conclusion where it shows you the monetary value of that. 20% annual improvement in data quality. This is very important because people are worried about data. The data cannot be qualified unless you put it into a business process, unless you test the data and make sure that this data is being actually tracked and monitored and tested. And we always say the most important element that we were able to do is to save 40% of the wasted time of the petroleum engineers or your human assets. This is very critical. Many of the people looks into the problem and looking into different systems, then try to build a solution for that. What we do is actually we try to resolve that issue by actually automating a lot of the processes, doing a lot of the analytics by exception where it really you look at what really matters, which saved 40%. And that's not a hypothetical number. That was a real study that we have done in PDO and other assets, where we asked engineers how much time you spend looking into the data and trying to resolve the issues or proactively come up with a production optimization. They mentioned we spend 20% of our time. 20% of an engineer time is too much. Actually, there are expensive resources and all of that. After 2 years or 3 years, you're talking about reducing, 60% they said of their time. After 2 or 3 years, we came back to them after testing and using Nebraska, and they said we only use 20% to look for unique cases outside Nebraska, which means that we've saved them 40% of their time, which is a huge value that contributed to the extra production. This is just a list of clients that we currently actually serving. We had some clients that actually in the pipeline, and we have some clients that we already deployed and exited. We did not mention all of them. Our largest client is actually Brunei Shell Petroleum and PDO. We're working with Shell over 6 countries across the world, serving 14 of Shell assets. And we work in Nigeria, in Kazakhstan, and also in Oman. So that's pretty much like for the IT manager and the technical people, how this actually all work. The most important element of this slide is basically, we don't care about your infrastructure as a client. So the gray part that you see at the bottom over here is basically the current infrastructure. And this is really heterogeneous. It changes from one client to another. There is no standardization in that industry, especially the industry we work in. What we do is basically, we connect to your data model. We actually do all of that, what you see in the blue, from a content, putting into an exception with the analytics engine that we have, our own proprietary. And then we actually visualize all of this at different levels or different disciplines in the organization, be it wells, be it reservoirs management, or facilities, which in the oil and gas industry, they call it WRFM. We have super data integrator. We digital twin actually many of the compressors and equipment. We have a low-code app development. And I wanted to emphasize on one thing. What we have built over here, maybe for IT managers or people who are in the IT, is an SDK. It's like a software development kit, where you give it to the organization and they do like the drag and drops and minimal code actually, or almost zero code, to actually build their exceptions, build their visualization, we put everything as a one-stop shop to enable the organization use one tool and integrates with everything underneath that. And this is very critical, because if you change anything over here, the end user will not feel it, will not actually change the end user visual and the standardization that we have built in the system. We have many recognitions, alhamdulillah, thank God, that we've been actually recognized by ADIPEC, which is one of the, I would say, the largest events in the industrial or petroleum and industrial industry. We were actually recognized as the Digital Transformation of the Year for WRFM. We have been recognized by Shell in many DG awards. We've been recognized by Deloitte as one of the top 50 organizations that actually does digital transformation. We've been recognized by CIO reviews. We've been recognized last week from WICA as the best innovation on process automation. And again, our clients, they have a lot. We have hundreds of recognitions, not the paid recognitions, the real recognitions. And I'll conclude with that video.
Really today is the nervous system of PDO. In the past, to be able to monitor our wells, a lot of the process was very manual and as a result very time consuming. Now it is all digital, highlighting to us where we need to focus.
The main impact we see is moving from a reactive way of monitoring to a proactive way of monitoring. I can see the data that I need to see. I can see it in the format that I need to see it, so I can take decisions. I can also see how the action progress until we get the bottom line benefit.
It started as a small thing that was tackling only one well type. Now it's grown to tackling 12 well types plus reservoirs and facilities. It also started from one asset and it's going now to all the assets within PDO. We started from 65 users in 2013 to having 1,900 users today. We've actually done the analysis and 14% of the time of our engineers has been released. To me, that is what enabled everything else, including that now they're not looking for problems, they're solving them. As a result, we're producing more.
So we've reduced energy consumption this year by 46 megawatts, which is equivalent to about $24 million US. And we've reduced CO2 emissions this year by about 2%.
There's a buzz in the organization now because they are really doing engineering and petroleum engineering instead of data and Excel manipulation. This is an absolute game changer.
And we are very proud that we are actually born in Oman, and we've done that digital transformation. By the way, for you guys, PDO is advanced in that area compared to really global organizations. So, yeah, thank you so much. I hope I wasn't very boring with the data and all of that. And I wish you a good day. Any questions? I'm happy to answer. I think people are hungry. All right?
Thank you very much to the COO of Innovatech, and that is Mr. Mohammed Swaidan. We will now move on to a very interactive presentation. It's actually co-hosted by two hosts at the same time. So our next presenters is Mr. Sadesh Balan, co-founder and chief executive or chief creative officer of Tonic Worldwide, and Mr. Pradeep Mohan, AVP MENA Tonic Worldwide as well. So both of them boast a lot of experience when it comes to the field. And we'll start off with Mr. Sadesh, who is a leading expert in behavioral marketing, there we go. He spearheaded digital-first creative transformations for global brands around the world. His innovative work has granted numerous awards, and he has delivered exceptional results for clients. And here are some of the names of the clients that he has worked with and brought them results: L'Oreal, MTV, Marriott, ITC, Kotak Bank, Al Futtaim in the UAE, VFS, and even more. And also he has worked on harnessing the power of both human ingenuity and also artificial intelligence at the same time. He believes in a synergistic approach to marketing that does leverage the best of both worlds. And for Mr. Pradeep as well, he's a seasoned digital transformation and business growth specialist who has assisted with different enterprises, starting from SMEs in the MENA region to embrace digital transformation and digital-first strategies. So his expertise spans over various technologies, including AI, performance marketing, gamification, content platforms, and omni-channel marketing, low-code, no-code solutions, and more. So please, let's welcome both on stage. This will be an interactive session for you to enjoy. There will be a bit of generative AI and things going on with them. Let's enjoy it together. The stage is yours.
Sorry, we are a little bit unprepared. We did have a presentation last evening, but then we saw the presentation that's been run in the morning, and we had to adapt to it on the go. So, as we speak, we're trying to build something as we go. Right, so first of all, thank you so much for having us here. It's wonderful to be in front of an audience and wonderful to be part of such amazing presentations from a lot of people who've spoken in length before us. We are Tonic Worldwide, and we are innovation-first partners for UMS. As you would know, a lot of people are familiar with UMS in Oman. So we partnered with UMS to bring innovation across technology to a lot of clients of theirs. So today, our presentation is going to take you through some examples of what we've done and what we've been doing. And as I'm aware that we're probably the last presentation before lunch, I'll try and keep it as delicious and tasty as it can be. And we are very interactive, so bear with me if, video takes center stage many times we're speaking. As I was mentioning earlier, about the whole idea of we being sort of, as I was saying, preparation is very important. But as people who are changing businesses, taking decisions at businesses, transformation decisions we're taking, are we always prepared? Or are we not prepared enough? Where do we stand on this, right? We are not prepared enough. We're always constantly fighting this battle, primarily because there are two aspects that's changing around us all the time. First of which is the digital ecosystem. The pace at which the ecosystem changes and has been changing is something that we really find it hard to keep up with, right? What is relevant today may not be as relevant next year. What was relevant last year may not be as relevant to us today. So as change makers, it's always difficult for us to grapple with that ecosystem change that's happening. So we're essentially navigating a rapid for trying to keep up with the pace of what's things happening around us. And the second aspect to this is, as consumers, we're changing. We don't use the same apps we used some years back. We don't use the same experiences that we used to some years back. I mean, the case in point is WhatsApp. WhatsApp today probably is the most used app globally. I mean, it is a point where in some markets, like UAE, WhatsApp users are more than the population of the country. I mean, that's staggering to think of where we are, right? In terms of, as consumers, our expectations from technology is such high that these two sort of rapids are constantly putting us in a flux. So what do we do to navigate this rapid? What do we have as tools in our hand to make sense of it? And that's where we think there are two aspects to it. One is technology and one is data, right? These two sort of gears would help us navigate this rapid transformation throughout this journey, both from an ecosystem point of view and a consumer's point of view. And who else to tell us this more than someone who's sort of seen this transformation over 30, 40 years on multiple levels? As some of you would know, we moved from MS-DOS, which was a non-GUI operating system, to Windows, which is a GUI operating system. We are all taking it for granted today. And he actually announced recently that this is one of the most interesting sort of innovations that Bill Gates has ever witnessed. The whole idea of ChatGPT being launched and how it has transformed industries, enterprises, and customers that we all are here to witness. And we've seen a lot of case studies already. And some of the case studies that we will present also would help you understand a bit more. So I'm going to just take Sudesh on, where he would sort of take this conversation further.
Thank you. Lovely audience here, though a lot of us have left, but thank you for staying by. So this was around in 2018. I was in London for an event just like this. An ad was presented for a car. It was for Lexus. The ad was presented, and then the makers of that ad came on stage. The surprising bit was they were AI engineers. It was a company called Voice Visuals. The whole ad was created by them. I'll play the ad, and then I'll tell you a bit more about it. Mind you, this was in 2018 when you had not heard about ChatGPT. The best bit about this ad is it's an emotional ad. Now, we talk about AI, we say it's logical, it's not human. But if we can get human emotions, then look at the possibilities that this can create. So you know these brands. All of us know these brands. All of them are using AI for the best possible advantage that they can make out of it. Take the case of Netflix. Netflix, if you've been on Netflix, one of the biggest challenges is finding the content that what you want to see. But Netflix also knows that when are you going to stop watching a series or a movie. And at that moment, again, they intervene, giving you options or encourage you to watch more. Take the case of Spotify. Spotify understands your mood. Again, through AI, it can understand, it can track what you're thinking and what kind of song would you like to listen to. Based on likeness, other people or other consumers just like you, what are the kind of songs they're listening to, it will suggest you those songs. That's why we are most of the time surprised, wow, all the songs on our list are such amazing songs which we like. I would also like to give the example of Uber Eats because it's almost lunchtime and we're going to talk a lot more about food. So Uber Eats actually gets to know what would you like to order. Even almost when you open the app, it will give you suggestions based on what you would like to order. Because the biggest challenge for all of us is, okay, I want to order food. Of course, out here in Oman, it would be talabat. I want to order food, but what do I order? Uber Eats even suggests, and most of the times, it is the first or second option and you will go for it. So that's the power of AI today. Different spheres. You can see all of these are AI tools and platforms, which is growing day in and day out. Today, while we are speaking, at least 4 other AI tool or platforms are being released. So it's crazy out there. So what do we see? We see a lot of apps coming up, a lot of platforms coming up, a lot of tools. The question is, what are we doing about it, right?
The year a huge chunk of our population elopes to another universe, the metaverse. The fashion industry was innovating, the sports industry was changing. Music concerts now had a new venue, and everyone was invited, except them, the homemakers. Ultralight wanted to change this for its audience, and also build brand consideration. Could we easily want the key fashion points of our audience? This became our hook to guide the audience into the alien universe. We then brought in India's most loved chef, Sanjeev Kapoor, and created his digital avatar. And so was born the world's first live cookery show on the metaverse, the Futureverse. After decades, a homemaker would break a monotonous cycle of watching boring recipe videos on YouTube. Using TGI and GWI, we analyzed online behavior and media consumption to precisely target homemakers likely to engage in the universe, minimizing any audience village. We then got our master chef to invite these women with their iconic recipes to the universe. We designed the experience to make it intuitive, user-friendly, and as smooth as simply walking around at home, while visual aids assisted users at every step along the way. Nutriverse was accessible on the simplest of devices to ensure that no homemaker was excluded from this immersive experience of watching and learning recipes with Chef Kapoor. And of course, take their very own selfie with him at the selfie booth. We even had a gaming corner and exciting contest announcements within the experience itself. The results were massive. Over 18.5 million homemakers experienced the metaverse, setting a world record. The campaign reached more than 26.1 million people, and a whopping 1,100 unique recipes or received more than 32,000 votes. Food influencers' real-time updates amplified the campaign's reach. Brand search surged by 93% and earned PR worth 6.1 million rupees. But beyond that, we fostered inclusivity within a technology that always isolated the most important decision makers, the homemakers.
Great. So that's what we did. We developed our own metaverse, integrated AI into it, and you could get recipes on real-time basis. We are again talking about food. A brand called Badsha Masala, into masalas. Now again, as I told you earlier, the problem is people don't know what to order the same way people don't know what to cook. So we created a whole AI chatbot through which you go to the chatbot, it's on WhatsApp. You just start off with, I don't know what to cook. It will give you suggestions based on your previous choices. It will give you suggestions if you're a vegetarian, non-vegetarian, what kind of food, what cuisine that you probably prefer. It will give you suggestions based on that. It will give you the recipes, but it will guide you through the whole process of creating or cooking that recipe or that dish. So every step of the way you want to cut the onions, you cut the vegetables, the way you have to do it, A to Z, everything done by the brand to help its consumer engage more with the brand. Okay, so this was a challenge again. This is for ITC. It's one of the biggest conglomerates in India. They wanted to launch their Korean chips. Now, in a country like India, we don't speak Korean, but there is a large population of youngsters who have kind of got into the K-pop culture, as we call it, K-pop, K-drama. So the challenge what the brand had is they had to launch the product, and they had to be true to the culture, the Korean culture. Now, yes, we could have cracked it. It would have taken some amount of time, research, to understand and then come to the conclusion what would be the right way that we could do this. Or we said, let's take the help of AI. So I'll play this song and I'll tell you what AI did here. So AI helped us to decide on the artist. His name is Aura. He's a K-pop artist from Korea. AI helped us with the whole lyrics. All of the lyrics were created by AI. And it went bang on, getting amazing results for the brand. Now, Pradeep would continue, but before that, I thought, I've been talking a lot about AI and how AI can help us. I thought, let's do a live demonstration of how AI can be put into play. Now, we were talking a lot about food, and almost lunch is ready, I believe. I thought, why not do something with food? Imagine someone wants to start a restaurant, right? And of course, he needs a jingle or a song for his restaurant. So can we help him do that right now? So I thought, why not? So I would need recommendations. I would need 3 recommendations of any dish that you can suggest. And the 4th one would be the name of the restaurant. He'll come with the mics. Please help me decide on this.
Mutton biryani.
Lovely. What a choice. You just made me more hungry now.
Couple of more, please.
Couple of more, please.
Do-it-yourself pani puri with different types of panis, yeah?
Lovely. Pani puri. Okay, one more dish. Anybody?
So this chai with .ai. AI can recommend the chai combination.
I think they have a recommendation?
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, they have.
like macarona with chicken.
Sorry?
Macarona with chicken.
Macaroni.
Macaroni? Yeah, macaroni? Okay. Okay, now the name of restaurant. Come on, we are starting a new restaurant. I'm letting you name it.
Suggested name would be Arabian Delight.
Arabian Delight. Lovely.
Nice one.
Thank you. While I'm trying to crack this, Pradeep would continue with this conversation.
While
So
Sudesh
you
is
can-
trying to
Yeah.
sorry. While Sudesh is trying to put this in some very interesting format, I'll go back to our discussion where I mentioned there are two sides to it, right? The whole sort of rapid that we're trying to navigate on this changing landscape of transformation. First one, obviously, was technology, and you saw some of the examples of what technology has done. We've been able to do it to our clients, but even otherwise, you know of many more examples of other speakers who's present in the morning. The second side of it is data. Now, the problem with data is first-party data. We're all in this big belief that first-party data obviously is the most important, but we think first-party data is when a customer signs up a form or leaves some information with us, and then we can act on that data. But that's not the only thing that constitutes a first-party data. This is where we think there needs to be a little bit more clarity on what first-party data can do for you. So this is typically a flow of how we would look at first-party data from a very enterprise or SME point of view. Imagine your user comes through multiple channels. Maybe it's Instagram, maybe it's Facebook, maybe it's website, maybe SMS, WhatsApp, whatever. The user shows an intent, clicks the ad. When the user clicks the ad, there's an automatic ID that is sort of creator assigned to the user, right? Now, when this process happens, there is a server-side cookie that's already assigned to this user. This is a unique ID for this user, right? So what happens with this unique ID is you get a full 360 view of this customer over multiple channels. You're not looking at this customer only from one channel that he's engaged you with. So this is classically the case with remarketing. Many times you would have watched a video or read a sort of article or done something else, and you see the ad from the brand is following you across multiple channels. To our surprise sometimes, right? Why is this being so nosy? And that's the reason, that's because of first-party data where we sort of use multiple data points to build this user into a single customer view, and we can see that person across multiple channels, right? And ad platforms are able to sort of identify this and help you target much more deeper to customers, right? So typically, if you look at having a single user ID, what single user ID does is gives you a very strong marketing stack, which you can target, which you can retarget, and go to customers across the entire funnel, whether it's the top of funnel, mid funnel, the bottom of the funnel. Because of this user ID's ability to sort of tag customers as one individual user, so it could be me or you, or it could be, for example, in this case, Khalid. Khalid has left traces of his or her user behavior on multiple platforms. So as an advertiser or as a marketer, I'm able to see it that, oh, this is the kind of interaction ecosystem that Khalid is trying to deal with. And I can then target my sort of marketing program or any other activity that we have across all these platforms because of first-party data. So if you combine the technology that we've spoke about earlier, and if you combine the advantages of having a very strong first-party data system in your organization, it allows you to sort of grapple with this constant change that we spoke about in the beginning. The ecosystem change as well as the consumer behavior change. Because now we are sort of funneling them into two different aspects, but bringing them in one unified aspect to see them and target them in a much more richer way, right? If that's sort of where our strengths lie, and that's where we see a lot of our customers and clients are interested in talking to us. Right? That's it. Sudesh, are we on? Do we need more time?
Almost.
Any questions meanwhile, where Sudesh is still sort of working on the innovation that we have done it? I think everybody's ready to lunch.
Can you go back to the marketing stack one?
The next one.
Yeah, the next one. Can you just explain how this would work in a real-world situation?
Absolutely. Let's say you are a retailer and you're looking at targeting audience from Oman who are interested, let's say, in your chocolate, right? Like the chocolate that went viral in Dubai, for example, and you are a marketer and you're trying to target people whose likes are eating confectionery and chocolate, right? Because of the single user ID. So when you've, in the previous slide that I explained, you actually shown intent to see ads about chocolate on my ad. You actually click my ad in somewhere on a website or on social media, et cetera, et cetera. Now I have set a server-side cookie on your intent. So now what happens is whatever your behavior is across multiple platforms, I have that access to that data or that behavior. As in not me, the platform would have access to that platform data, right? So I will be able to then target. So once I have access to that data, I know that you are interested in this category. And now, as my slide, if you look at any of these platforms, and these are just example platforms, you as a user now can possibly react to my communication on any of these platforms now. Because I know you are also engaging with all these platforms, right? So I know that you're looking at my ad, and then you're looking at the ecosystem of platforms that is also there, right? Whether it's TikTok, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Instagram. So I, as a brand, can target you across all these platforms with the ad that I want you to take interest in. So that's how this whole thing becomes that more important, because otherwise, we would only target people who would leave an inquiry with you. So let's say you have a lead generation form on Facebook, and you fill in the data. I'm going to target you because you've given me your data. I'm going to only target you at that point. But because we have first-party data across all these, and you can see a single view of this customer, now I'm able to target you multiple times as part of my first-party data practice, if that answers the question, right? So it's not just when somebody gives a consent and gives it to you, but any behavior that he does with your platform is something that I can target in much more detail.
Thank you for your patience, guys. I think we are ready. And Mani, if you would play it. Remember the dishes that we mentioned was biryani, pani puri, and macaroni. Thank you, guys. That was it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Well, if that's not saving the best for the last, thank you all for being here. And we are all indeed hungry after this. And honestly, it is amazing. It's amazing to see how you can create such things from AI and add a full-on ad for what you have just discussed. That will take production to the next level. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we do come to the conclusion of the OERLive DX 4th edition. And this couldn't have been more perfect without the trust that all who participated had put a valuable learning and knowledge sharing experience as well to this. So all of you, thank you for being here. I would like to also convey our gratitude to our endorsing partners who are Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, IVCA Group, and OITS, who have delivered immense support to make this event possible and for this conference to become a reality in its 4th edition. I would also like to seize the opportunity to convey our deepest appreciations to our strategic partner of energy, who is Dalil Petroleum, our strategic partner, Veolia, Sharqiya Desalination, and also our technology partner, Imtac, who has done a brilliant job, digital banking partner, Ahli Bank, official NBFC partner, who's Tajir Finance, associate partners, who is Al-Maha Petroleum Products and Marketing, and also Infoline at the same time. We also have our academic partner, the Modern College of Business and Science, who even brought students here to envision the future, which is a step ahead. So well done on MCBS. We also have our digital transformation partner, Oman Data Park, and also our insurance partner, and that is the Dhafar Insurance Company, asset management partner, and that is the United Securities online insurance partner, that is Bima. And also we have our auto partner, who have a vehicle parked here and a few outside as well, and that is Shangan Auto. And finally, also thank you to everyone who made it to the last of this event. We look forward to seeing you in the upcoming editions of OERLive DX, and that will be in 2025, inshallah. Now, we would invite you to, you've fed your mind, now it's time to feed your stomach. So there is a delicious lunch waiting for you right outside of this hall. Enjoy lunch and see you next year in 2025.